everyone, and welcome to the Women's Grand Prix tournament. Here we are in Nicosia, in Cyprus, and the tournament is about to start. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich, and I'm very happy to be here with Grandmaster Alik Gershon. Alik, hi, how are you doing?
Hi, Anastasia. Hi, everybody. I'm fine. Excited before the fourth leg, right?
Absolutely, and I know that you've been here before in Cyprus when we had another tournament of women chess. It was in 2023. How was it there? How is it to come back?
It's great to come back. The venue is fantastic. You had the chance to see that. The hotel is fantastic. The organization is very good, but the main point of this tournament, of course, are the players, and we have some very talented and strong players to look forward to see them. And I would even say that the fourth leg is kind of a pivotal moment in the whole series, because a lot might be decided today.
Absolutely.
Or in this tournament, not even today.
Yeah, I mean, in this tournament, for sure, we actually reached the middle. There were 3 events, and now we're going to have 4th, 5th, and 6th leg. Of course, it's a little bit complicated, the system, but don't worry, everyone. We will go through all these tables, and we will explain what is actually happening. So actually, now we can see the playing venue. We are in the Hilton Hotel right now, in the capital of Cyprus. And here we have the standings after the leg 3, and it's actually a very useful table if you would like to understand what is everybody fighting for. So like we have Aleksandra Goryachkina, who is leading right now. She's leading because she won one tournament before and also shared the first place in the previous event. So she is in the top of the table.
She's a very heavy favorite.
Absolutely.
I think if she, let's speak about the format a little bit of this tournament, right? So we have 20 players in the whole cycle in the Grand Prix series, and each player only plays three
events,
events,
yes.
right? And the top 2 will the main goal of this series, apart from the prizes, is for the players to qualify for the Women's Candidates 2026. The top 2 places will qualify.
Absolutely, and let's remember that there are 6 Grand Prix events and 12 players overall compete in this series. Each tournament has 10-player round-robin event, so it means we have 9 rounds, and we are going to be here for 10 days, including the free day. So that's an interesting system, of course, and perhaps we can also...
Maybe we can go back now to the standings.
Now to the standings.
Now that we understand how it works.
Exactly. So what you mentioned is like that the players can compete in 3 events only. So for example, we spoke about Goryachkina. She played in 2, and she's going to participate in this event. But Bibisara Sobaeva, for example, she has already played in all events. She has already her final score, and it means that she cannot improve her situation anymore. She will just watch from home and will try to see what's happening. And also, it means that still players are trying to fight, and it will be great to jump.
Yeah, and so we have 3 players that for them is the final leg. So Goryachkina it's her final tournament, this one. Also, Tsolakidou, it will be her final tournament.
And actually, she played not so bad in the previous events. She scored. She was 3rd and 4th in the previous Grand Prix tournaments. So actually, I think she is ready to fight in this event.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
first place in the tournament, if she takes the first place, it's 130 points in Grand Prix standings, and she will jump right to the very top.
Mm-hmm. So, for example, Alina Kashlinska, she played only the first event, and she won this one back it was in August 2024 in Georgia, and she managed to win it, but didn't share those points with anyone. And she's not playing here, but she will definitely appear in the last events. In the 4th and in 5th and 6th, most probably, so she will be playing.
I'm not sure. I think she was a substitute, and I'm not sure she
really?
will continue playing. But
yes, but we'll check it again. Yes. So.
And we have 2 players that are starting, Jiner and Olga Badelka. This is their first tournament, and they will play the rest until the rest of the Grand Prix. They will play the remaining 2 tournaments as well.
It's very funny, I was thinking about Olga, who just she replaced Regina Pokorna, and she's going to compete for the first time. And yes, let's check the regulations for this fourth leg. We have 10 participants, 9 rounds, 1 rest day, as I told before. Important to remember the time control. It's 90 minutes, and then 30 minutes additional after 40 moves with 30 seconds increment from the move 1. So it's important also that they cannot offer draws, during the games.
Yeah, and not until the 40th move, which is very good for us, good for the spectators, right?
Of course, yes.
And yeah, it's going to be exciting, and we see the players are already there.
Yes, yesterday we had the technical meeting, and the chief arbiter said to everyone, please don't be late, you have to be on time. Actually, I know that players can be late only for 15 minutes, and then they actually will lose the game. It's going to be over. So, but everyone is here, yes, in the same hotel. So it's so convincing for the players, the commentators, the organizers that we don't need to travel anywhere, and you just can go down, and here it is your playing hall, and you can just relax. And don't think about the other issues like transportation. And here we have in front of us Tsolakidou Stavroula. She's going to play today against Elisabeth Paehtz. I don't know if we have a chance to check the pairings of round 1, but we can even speak about those pairings, yes. And
we have the first move, yes?
Yes, we have the first move. And as far as I know, Evgeny Tyapkin, the executive director of Freedom, the main sponsor, is going to perform the first move. And we can see move E4 on the board. Great choice. I don't know. Stavroula takes it back. We'll see.
She can change her move. She can play whatever.
You're not obliged.
She's not obliged to
which
play.
is good. Sometimes it can be really different moves, like A4, for example, or any other. So we can see that girls are chatting a little bit before the game, smiling. It's a very important moment, before the tournament starts, like everybody feels a little bit shaky and a little bit nervous. And here we go, the handshake. Divya is on the screen, yes.
The round begins.
Yes, and the tournament is starting right now. Always, Alik, I'm sure you remember this feeling, yes, when you were preparing for a long time, and finally you are in the playing hall, and this moment when the first round starts, like it's how important it is.
It's always I've always the biggest pressure, the biggest nerves are before the first move, before this very moment when you make the first move. And it doesn't matter how long you play, there is this pressure, right? There is this excitement always before the first move. It doesn't matter if it's a local tournament in a club or if it's a world championship match. You always have this pressure,
and
but once the move is
exactly.
done, it's gone.
It's gone, yes. The pressure, finally you just can concentrate on moves, on concrete position. I would like to mention that the pairings were known already like 1 month before, so all the players definitely are ready for their opponents and maybe for all of them. And we can see Aleksandra Goryachkina, the leader right now, after the third leg of Women Grand Prix Series. She is playing against Nana Dzagnidze, famous Georgian player, leader of the national team of Georgia. So it's going to be a quite interesting clash.
Yeah, they know each other so well. They played so many times beforehand, and
absolutely. Aleksandra Goryachkina is also, of course, very strong player, favorite not only in this series, but of course, like the one of the best players in the world. And we know how many events. If I will start, I will never finish. Just telling how many events she has won during her career. Like we can mention World Cup back in 2023. She was the winner. She also played the World Championship match against Juve in June back in 2020. Like absolutely very experienced, very strong player. She was the winner of the previous Grand Prix series, and when you were in Cyprus, right, in the previous one. So very, very strong player. And perhaps we can also check some statistics and see her results with other players when we have time. Yes, so here it is.
Yeah. So for her, as we said, if she finishes in one of the top 3 places in this tournament, it pretty much she clinches the first place because she won and shared in the previous tournaments. And we can see that with Nana Dzagnidze, the game, her opponent for today, this is, by the way, the statistic that we see, it's only in classical chess. So she had 3 games, she won 3 games and drew 8. Against Anna Muzychuk, she's +1 with 2 wins, 1 loss, and 10 draws. Against Mariya Muzychuk, she's actually -1.
Yes.
They drew 4 times and she lost 1 game.
But
I'm surprised that she already managed to play so many games with Divya Deshmukh because
yes,
Divya
she's so young. Yes.
she's so young. She's 19 years old only. We will speak a lot about her, I think, during this tournament.
So far, it doesn't go well for Divya, as I can see. But I just wanted to mention that it seems like Nana Dzagnidze has never won any game against Aleksandra Goryachkina, which is kind of surprising for me. Yes, it was 0. Yes. So I don't know what does it mean. We can speculate a little bit, maybe, but maybe it's a very, very important moment for Nana. But still, she has black pieces, and I'm sure she will just go for something solid. I had a chance to speak with Nana yesterday, and it seems like she is really prepared for this event. Let's not forget that she has a kid, one-year-old daughter. She has actually 3 kids, and I know how does it feel. Like you come to events and it's like holidays for you, and like you're very happy to play chess and have a break for some time. Let's go also through the other pairings. So today we have important derbies between Indian players. Divya plays against Harika in the first round, and also sisters Muzychuk are playing against each other. It's traditionally FIDE makes it possible to play for the players from the same federation. They normally meet in the first round, so it's a very normal situation to avoid any kind of situation in the last round. So just let them play in the first one, and now we can see both Indian players on the screen. First moves have been made, and yeah, they're teammates. They just won the Olympiad together.
Yes.
Now they have to play against each other.
And Anastasia, looking at the players in this tournament, we kind of have a battle of generations here.
This one for sure. Yes.
Because there are like 5 players that were born in late 80s and the beginning of the 90s, and there are 5 players that were born in the late 90s, beginning of the 2000s. So it will be interesting to see how the experience holds against the younger generation.
Absolutely, and this game especially is very interesting for all Indian fans, and not only. As I mentioned, they played together in the same team. Of course, Harika is like very, very experienced player, and she's been here for a long time. But Divya is she's doing so well lately, right? She also it's clear that she's getting there. She won the gold medal during the Olympiad, and of course she became the youth champion under 20. World champion. It's like really, really impressive. She also was Indian champion among women already. Great results so far. She has many fans all around the world, and everybody's looking forward to see what will happen. She just played a tournament in Prague recently, and she didn't play that well. I think she scored 3 out of 9, but still showed great fighting spirit. So it's really interesting what will happen. Can we check a little bit the moves? What?
Yeah, we can see the moves. It's. We can actually see it on our screens as well. So it's Ruy Lopez, the Berlin variation, the infamous Berlin variation, right? Harika wants to play extremely solid, and I think she probably believes that her experience here might play to her hand here, because nowadays there are many concrete lines, even in the Berlin, but you kind of. And Berlin, Berlin is a very interesting, very interesting opening in this sense that I've seen many players that they stated, even Peter Svidler once time I heard him, that he said, the more I analyzed this position, the worse I was playing it. So it kind of gets counterproductive to analyze it too much sometimes. Mm-hmm.
I just, I just listened to Peter Swidler's lecture about the Ray Lopez and different lines, and yeah, he said that he recommended to everyone to play this opening in order to understand chess better and to discover a lot of things which this opening gives, because it's like there are so many lines, there are so many possibilities, and like once you start to study them, you can never finish. And yes, he showed some main lines, but at least we don't have Berlin ending. This is what I'm happy
without
about.
the Berlin
Yes.
ending is very good. And here, so basically, black is opting here. This is the current position. Black is saying, okay, so we have such a symmetrical position, and we can get different variations of symmetrical positions from the Petrov or this Berlin, and. So black is saying, okay, we have one open file. We will eventually liquidate all our pieces on this file. I will be slightly worse, but I will manage. And actually, but again, and white is trying to, of course, to exert some pressure on the blacks position, because white still has some development advantage.
Like, what are the main moves
so
here?
the main, by far, the main move here is d4 here, and
and yes,
oh.
we have to jump quickly to check. We haven't reached these games so far, but sisters Muzychuk, we just learned that they have finished their game right now. What a big surprise, Alik, right?
Yeah, it's a big surprise. Their statistics says that
all the games. Most of the games finished in a draw. We found one game which was decisive when they were really young. So we were expecting that this result will not be so different from the previous ones. Yes, so they have finished already their game.
But I'm wondering if this is allowed, because we have the under 40 moves rule.
Yeah, but
so
I think if you have 3 times repetition.
but
No, they're
they?
still playing.
No, they're
They
still
just
playing.
left the
Sorry.
board.
No, okay. It looked like.
I'm sorry. It looked like we actually we thought that the game is over because both players left the board and no one was there, but they're still playing.
Yeah. Okay. So. It looked for a second like that, and this is very good. So they're still playing, but
yeah. So it was like the news came before, but still until it's over, we don't know. Yes,
absolutely, we don't over. But
we presume that this is what can happen, because literally we checked the statistics and everything was they made draw. It's very logical because they're sisters and they're relatives, and we know they live together, they train together, they know all the secrets of each other. And if we remember such situations in the chess world, we had very strong sisters, siblings, Kosintseva's sisters, if you remember them.
Yes.
And it's very unfortunate that they're not playing chess anymore, because they were very strong, very, competitive, and they fought for the best places. But there was a story. Remember, once they had to play, there was no choice. They had to play in the World Women's Cup a long time ago in Khanty-Mansiysk, I think it was. And they had to play against each other. And it was this kind of system that you cannot make a draw, right? So it was a match. And at the end, I remember that Nadezhda Kosintseva managed to win in rapid portion of the games. It's very unfortunate when you have to play against your sister.
But your spouse or whatever
exactly,
happens.
Yes. So friendship won.
Friendship wins.
Wins sometimes. Sometimes they have to fight. So, but again, normally the result of their games, it was a draw, right?
Yeah,
except this story.
Everything can happen. So this is the beauty of this game. They might decide that today is the time to deviate from the statistics.
I don't think so. And let's say, knowing them for so long, they have like very, very nice relationship. And the interesting thing was always for me how crazy story. The crazy story which happened in Sochi when at that time it seemed like Anna was a favorite. She was like kind of stronger player. She was higher rated, and everybody thought that she is the favorite in that event. And suddenly Mariya Muzychuk managed to win the world championship back in 2015. And because Anna was eliminated earlier, and Anna stayed there and helped her sister actually in the last rounds to achieve this fantastic goal. And later, when Mariya Muzychuk played the World Championship match against Ho Yifan in 2016, Anna was the one who was helping her in preparation, and she was on her side. And like it's so nice to see them, such a great relationship, you know,
Yeah,
in this chess world. Yes, I always like really followed. I know them since I was very young, so it's really interesting. And then Anna Muzychuk came so close to become the world champion herself back in 2000, I think 17, when they played in Iran, and she lost in the last final match against Tanzhangi. So at that time, this is what happened, and let's say at the moment we have one world champion. Mariya Muzychuk, but who knows? Anna Muzychuk now she's playing in this event. Unfortunately, she didn't do very well in the first Grand Prix tournament. Let me check the statistics.
Anna has
no, it's not bad. No, Mariya did worse. Yes, she has 50 points, and Anna, you're right, 71 points.
And she has still 2 more tournaments to go. So basically, it's everything is still in the cards for her.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go to our other 2 games. So we have Elisabeth Paehtz is playing against Stavroula
Tsolakidou from Greece. Yes, also like very competitive players, and we know Elisabeth for a long time. She is like best German player for many years, and she's the only woman who achieved the Grandmaster title from players in Germany. I mean, from women players in Germany. So very experienced player. We've seen her a lot in Grand Prix events and many other women events. And for Stavroula, it's the first Grand Prix series where she's participating. Very talented player from Greece. I would like to speak a little bit about every participant today, because you know it's the first round, and we would like to mention a little. We would like to explain a little bit how did the ladies get to this event. So Stavroula, she was a world champion under 12, if I'm not mistaken, or under 16. Very talented player. She had a very good coach, Yanis Papayannou, back then. And she told me now that she's working with Spiros Kapnis. He is her main coach at the moment. She also, you know, she studied for a few years in St. Louis, and she was living in US, and now she came back and decided to devote a few years of her life to professional career, which is very nice. And she played really well in the previous event, sharing the third place, and she got some points. Now at the moment she's in the fifth place. Yes.
Exactly, and if she finishes in top 3, she will be a good contender for the first 2 places even.
Yeah, so it's nice to come back to this table from time to time to actually understand what are the goals for each participant in this tournament. So, for example, she's playing against Elisabeth Paehtz, and Elisabeth was not that successful. So, for her, this event
in this series,
exactly. In this event, she's actually playing just a tournament, right? Yeah. So she has no chances to be in top 2, but it doesn't mean that she gave up the idea, you know, of winning this particular event.
We still have prizes.
Absolutely, great prizes in this event. And by the way, Alik, what do you think? Is it easier, you know, in a way to play when you have not such a big goal in front of you, or it's opposite?
Yeah, sometimes it's easier when you lose, and oftentimes it happens that when you lose any sportive goals, you kind of. It's actually a little bit of a binary situation. Sometimes you can give up and just play badly, but sometimes if it's in the middle of the tournament, it usually happens, right?
Yes.
But once the pressure is off you, you can really play for fun, and you have a psychological edge over your opponents because they are more
stressed, maybe. Yes, yeah. Because for example, Stavroula is still fighting in this event for something very important, and Elisabeth can use it. Maybe she can sometimes overpress. So let's look at the position and see.
Yeah. So this is the Moscow variation of the Sicilian, when black plays knight c6, white plays bishop b5. When we don't want to allow the Sveshnikov variations, right, which is what Magnus played against Fabiano in their match, in the World Championship match, and oftentimes white doesn't want to allow that. And then we go for bishop b5, a more kind of solid, less pretentious opening.
I used to play it a little bit, so
Yes.
g6, yes.
But it's there's a lot of it's not very easy to play by both sides. There are many different ideas.
Lines, yes. For example, I was not doing castling. I would play c3, d4 right away, but probably, let's say, it's like now. I mean, there is, of course, this line with castling rook e1, and then perhaps white can prepare this. They have different options.
Absolutely, there are many different options. This specific idea is white wants to keep. This is oftentimes when white plays rook e1, they want to retreat the bishop to f1. But here, basically, so both sides each side has her trumps, right? So black has a pair of bishops.
Exactly.
But white says, yeah, but look at your bishops, right?
Yes.
The bishops don't usually love to be those closed positions, and the black, as a compensation, black has double pawns. And white, as we can see, this a4, knight c4 is a very typical idea set up against those pawns. You want to oftentimes isolate the pawn by playing a5 and prevent black pawns from being able to defend the c5 pawn, and then start exerting some pressure with the bishop goes to either a3 or e3, and the knight can go to d2, b3 sometimes. So white is basically saying, okay, I think that bishops are worse than the knights here, and black says, okay, I think no. And let's see who is correct.
Yeah, I mean, also sometimes this knight goes to f7, if I'm not mistaken, from black, right? And I'm wondering if black really wants to take on c4 or not in this position. Like now you mentioned that black has two bishops, but sometimes also it's possible.
It's
perhaps,
possible to exchange, but then you would be stuck with the really bad bishop on g7, and white's bishop on dark square bishop will be much more active. So, for instance, let's pretend that we do some move like bishop e3.
Yes,
it's not necessarily the best move, but just for the argument's sake. And now we can see that this bishop is much worse than the bishop on e3. We might want to transfer our knight somewhere, and we start pushing on the weaknesses. And it's clear, I think it should be quite clear that white is the one that is
really trying,
here,
yes,
right?
here. Okay, now I got. So instead of taking on c4, let's say what will be the other options? Like you, black definitely don't want to castle long, as far as they can understand this, right? So then after like maybe short castling, knight f7, like what would be the plan?
Yeah. So this would be. Actually, I'm not sure knight e3.
Bishop e3,
right? Bishop e3, sorry, is actually such a good move because.
You took away the...
Black could even maybe try to play knight g4 and ask you
some
what
questions,
do you want
yes.
to do. Yes?
Yeah.
And you know what they say about the bishop pair? The advantage of the bishop pair is one of the advantages of having a bishop pair is that you can always exchange it to your advantage, right?
Or for the knight also, yes. But bishops, they work well in the opening position, but I think white made everything clear that they want to close it as much as possible. And I don't know, for example, such moves like f5 from black side after castling maybe. I'm not sure about it because you create another weakness on f5 immediately, right? So if you would like even to open the position to make your bishops work, you can create some other issues with your pawns. So
yeah, and you can collapse. And as we said, white played a5, blocking the pawn from going to b6, right? So we cannot play b6 now, obviously,
yes.
because
of the spin, for many reasons, yes, also, yes, it's not possible.
This has been
right
one
now.
of them. And now we are saying, so, okay, so this is a weakness, right? Maybe not a very dangerous one, not a very big one, but it is a weakness, and you will have to deal with it.
Yeah, castling was played. Very
played.
logical from Elisabeth, but yeah, I mean, how you are going to attack it? Maybe you cannot do it immediately, so black has some time to kind of to create something.
Yeah, so one of the plans I would think would be to play b3 and bishop a3. And the idea being that if you happen to take, for instance, on c4, I would take with the b pawn, and now I will have some pressure along the b file.
Exactly, yes. And then also you can bring the knight maybe to b3 after bishop b3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see many options to draw arrows, which is very good for the commentators. So.
Exactly. So sometimes maybe even queen can join this party, and after you put bishop on a3, maybe somewhat like queen e2, queen e3, or queen d2, queen e3 are possible. So yeah, you have some options. Same time, black can maybe put the bishop on f8, but yeah, it will look very passive.
But that's what black would like to do, and maybe transfer the knight to this would be the best square, I think, for the knight. The problem for black here, though, is how you want to have some counterplay. And what is your counterplay here? Because, as you said, f5, it might have more drawbacks than virtues. So, and let's see, let's go back to, we have some development. So
yeah, knight f7, I think, was played, right? Or not?
No, castle and bishop e3. So bishop actually,
So not b3, not bishop a3,
Stavroula
but she decided to
play
go
bishop e3. That's what we said. That's another option, with the insertion of f5, which is quite important. Yes, because now you can never play b6 without taking on c4, and you don't want to take on c4. But as we said, there is knight g4.
You mentioned knight g4 was also an option, asking questions and like, what do you do now? Bishop d2? Are you going to win it like a tempe? Because I don't know, this knight still needs to go back probably.
Yeah, usually, actually, this is so far it's a theoretical position, and white so far has played bishop d2, and I think this is what white will play. She played knight d2. Oh, and
knight,
black
of course, knight h6 is because this knight, where else it can go? Like you need to bring this knight all the ways, as you showed, through f7, d8. You know, it's really hard to find another square for this knight. So knight h6 is like very typical. What black achieved by playing this move is like moving this bishop the way back, right? So bishop on e3 was really placed perfectly, and now it's a question like, would you like to prevent me from playing knight g4 by playing h3, or you want to come back and repeat the position 3 times and go and enjoy great weather of Nicosia? You know, I just wanted to mention that today we have plus 30 degrees here, and actually, those of you who are sitting right now and watching this Grand Prix event live, I mean, it's not a bad idea to take a plane and come here all the way and watch it live in the plane hall, because I think the spectators are allowed to come in the plane venue and see the games and follow the games and enjoy this great weather. You know, it's not often that we have plus 30 on 15th of March. Yes.
Absolutely, not in every place in the world. Absolutely.
Yes, so it's like really, really great weather here, and for those who traveled from far, I mean, I came from Greece, so in Greece it's the same. Same for you, Alik, I guess. But,
yes, for me.
But for some players, of course, it was a different case, and definitely everybody can enjoy this great weather and can walk outside. We're in a beautiful place right now. So. Yep. Shall we go and check some other games?
Let's check the last pairings that we haven't checked so far. Jiner against Olga Badelka, right?
Yes. So both players actually participate, as you mentioned before, in this event for the first time. And Olga Badelka has transferred to Austrian Chess Federation, and she replaced Regina Pokorna, who was originally supposed to play in this Women Grand Prix series. So it's her first tournament. She's going to play all 3 events after that. Just to remember that the next leg of Women Grand Prix tournament will be held in India and then in Austria. So still a lot of action is ahead. And Olga plays with black pieces, and Chinese player, very talented also player, but she's playing with white. And
yeah, and Jiner is one of the China's top players, and it's hard to be one of China's top players, right?
Absolutely, yes. With world champion Ju Wenjun, Tan Zhongyi, and all the others. Lei Jingzhe, yes.
And she's number 5, I think now in China. So definitely a force to be reckoned with. And yeah, so we have the Ruy Lopez here, and the typical, well, not so typical lines, but here it's actually interesting that White managed to exchange the dark square bishop,
yes,
which usually Black tries to keep alive.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm also trying to understand, like, if White tricked Black a little bit or not.
I'm not sure.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Here, I think Rook E8 might be a slight. Well, unless Olga has something in mind, but usually Black goes for A6 here for this exactly this reason, not to allow White to exchange the bishop.
Just to prevent, yes.
Yeah, so Black usually plays
A6.
bishop A6, and now we have an option to escape with our bishop to A7.
I don't know. After A6, can I can I take on C6 and play D4
Yeah,
just for fun?
I think you can, and this is actually
Some
quite
theoretical,
known,
yes.
yeah, quite a known position, and so you have a center, but Black has some nice pressure against.
G4, you tried to make
I
it
tried,
into G4, yes?
By the end of the tournament, I will manage to get the arrows straight.
Yes.
Probably.
Yes, but at the same time, yes, I gave up the pair of bishops, but I have center, and perhaps maybe it can some C6, for example, weakness. But yeah, I agree with you that it's like double-edged position, and everything is still possible here.
And there were many games even on top level, like Nepomniachtchi against Duda was played in this position. So this is the main kind of a main line here. But after Rook E8, what Zhu played is actually, it looks like a very good refutation to this idea.
Yes, but A6, am I obliged to play move A6 right now? I just wonder, because like probably White is threatening to play A4, right? But do I need really to play A6 here? Like, is it like must?
No, you probably don't have to, but then I will exchange whenever I want to exchange. And what is your move?
Oh, I just thought that maybe I have an option to take with A pawn here. Like by playing A6, it's like I lose this option. Yes,
that's true. That's a valid.
Because normally you don't like to take with C pawn and disconnect, your chain like that. But I don't know. Still, maybe it's all fine for Black. Like we can have a look. Just I'm thinking about the different possibilities here, or maybe A4, and you will need to play A6 in any case. Maybe there is no way, like. I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe we play something like H6 to prevent bishop G5, yes, and now if White
maybe A4 still
plays A4, then we have A6, right? We probably have to play A6, and now after exchange,
it's gonna be basically similar to what happened in the game, yes. So in the game, she played A6 right away.
A6, we took, and bishop A4 and D5. So this was probably the idea, to play D5 right away. And I'm actually thinking, so this is interesting. The computer is quite happy with Black. As you can see on your screens, we have a bar that shows
very useful tool for everyone. Yes, because like we are not using engines right now while we are analyzing, because we want to give the human perspective of the game. But still, this kind of bar, it gives some kind of idea, like if we miss something really big, or also for our viewers to understand that the position is like, for example, right now, like kind of equal, and nothing crazy happened with Black position. Of course, White didn't take on C6, like it would help Black to renew and let's say have good
to fix the pawn structure,
to fix it. But so White didn't do this, of course, and just played bishop A4, also keeping two bishops pair. But D5, yes.
It looks like this is Black's idea in the first place. So Black says, okay, so I gave you the bishop pair, okay, but now I'm very fast in developing and creating stuff in the center. And the problem is that, for instance, if White takes, then all of a sudden those overextended pawns become a bit tricky to defend, right? Because the knight and d3 is also the pawn. This pawn is also vulnerable.
If I play like bishop d2, just to give an example, right? I want just to protect. I don't know if you can just
maybe
start
we can
dumping.
start
Yes.
right. We can start getting our pieces out, attacking the pawn.
Yeah, it
And
seems
then
like
the knight goes to f4. It looks like black has definitely solved all her problems here.
yeah, I would prefer to play with black right now, despite the fact that I have double pawns. I mean, it's clear now that
Yeah.
it's not so bad. Yes, so
The-
sometimes you don't look at these lines simply because you don't like to spoil your pawn structure, but the activity of the pieces compensate. For example, in this position, the problems with with which are not even here right now, but let's say the double pawns.
Yeah, that's the beauty of chess. Yeah, you cannot be too dogmatic here, right? You cannot say, okay, I have a bishop pair and I'm good. I have a center, I'm good. I'm white, I'm better. It doesn't work like that, right?
At the same time, you know, sometimes we learn the basic rules, right? Like you have to do the castling, you have to develop pieces, take care of your pawn structure, right? And then you have to, after a certain time, and if you reach certain level, you actually have to think
Unlearn
about it
yeah.
again and maybe change your mind.
And the computers keep teaching us, right? That
Absolutely.
you don't have, so those things that we study when we're young and we're beginning, are not necessarily true, or definitely not always true, right?
Yes, yes. Computer showed many times that it actually changed a little bit the principles of the ways we were thinking about chess before, and it's really amazing to live during these times when you still remember what was in the past, and like every time you're like, really, you can play like that and make this square so weak, and this is also possible. Oh my gosh, like what's going on with chess? What happened to chess?
But actually, you know, chess is a resemblance of the life, right? In life,
It's the same. New
it's the same. We
technologies, yes.
see new technologies, new takes teach us stuff that some things are unchanged, but like human behavior, for instance, but some things do change. So.
Exactly, yes. So technologies are everywhere. So I think, yeah, what conclusion we can make about this opening?
So
it
this
seems like it's fight,
I
right?
like Black's approach, although, as we said, so superficially, right? And I fell for it. I said, okay, maybe rook e8 is inaccuracy because Black allows White to exchange this bishop.
But perhaps she was
But maybe
inviting.
that's not the problem. So
Yes.
maybe. What would happen if White played d4?
That's
Wasn't
a
it a blunder?
That's a good question now. Now I started to think about the spin, right?
So yeah, so the idea is that if
Yes.
you cannot take here because you lose an exchange, right? Although for a pawn, but it's an exchange. And if
You're right, d4. What about d4?
And
So if you take,
take, you have to go somewhere, right?
yes,
You
and
go
then
to-
d5.
And d5,
What,
and this
a6?
is a pin.
And actually, you cannot even play a6 and b5 because the
Yeah, so
bishop
you
is on
don't have
b6 here.
exactly. You don't even have this usual bailout. So so this is just game over.
So you
And
have
this
to
is exactly why Black usually plays
first a6,
first
yes.
a6.
So rook e8, what?
So rook e8 does look like a blunder, but not for the way White reacted.
Yes, so d4 and d5. I don't know, let's try also like last time, like d4, take, and bishop b4, you know, just to have an option.
okay, right.
Just to have
So
an
you're
option
right.
to play b5.
So the idea, absolutely, you're absolutely right. The idea is to go b5 here, right?
Yeah, but it still looks not so great because in the worst case, White just takes on c6 and takes on a4, have an extra pawn,
very
right?
healthy extra pawn.
Yes.
Which is.
Seems like.
So maybe you have some compensation.
So you
Or
have
even,
to take
even
on.
first maybe defend the bishop. But okay, so you play a3. And now the problem is that we have to retreat, recapture with the knight. So yeah, Black maybe has some compensation here.
So who
But
knows
I wouldn't say too much. But let's see if we can maybe improve on White's
I would
play
definitely ask Olga about this possibility of playing after rook e8, after d4. Maybe she had something in her mind. You never know now. Maybe you analyze it 20 moves with really good computers and you find something, right? So
here. And the bar is actually jumping here. Oh, you know what might be the case? So maybe you're saving this piece,
Yes, after.
but you might lose this
What
one.
about this bishop? Yes.
So for instance, if you take, the bishop is suddenly caught.
I like it. I like this line. Yes. Yes,
So, wow, that was maybe a missed chance.
yes, I don't know how much time she spent on the move before. Like if she has even tried to go deeper into the game and see move d4. Maybe later we will find out and see how much time she spent.
But you know, nowadays there is so much information, there is so much theory the players have to keep in their head, and those transpositions, you start with one move and you go to the other, and all the positions look the same. And if you don't remember exactly, so it's very easy to know that, okay, you know that you sometimes play a6 and rook e8, and you just, you know, you switch the move order and bam.
Oh, actually, it's really interesting because I played e4, e5, let's say with white or with black. So this like push d4, like you have it in your mind all the time, right? Like this d4 is so natural to play. But you know, the fact that she played this d3, c3, it's like you have this mindset of slow game, right? So you don't think about this move d4 anymore because you place your pawn already on d3. You made your choice, it seems. So it's so important to feel like look at the position without remembering all this theory you have in your head, and just have a look and see sometimes some candidates' moves which probably was not in your files. So just to have this fresh look, it's very important. I don't know what is exactly the case in this game, but it really feels like maybe that Olga has misplayed something at this moment.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Okay, so this is the current position. Black is okay here.
Yes, here it's much better, right?
Much better than the alternative, right?
Yeah, but it's nice that you spotted this d4. It's important, yes.
But because of the bar, right?
Yes.
So without the bar, that's so sometimes, you know, it's easy for us here in the studio at home to look the bar jump and then
look
say,
for some moves which are
how
good,
can
yes.
they play so badly sometimes, right? But when you don't have the bar, you don't know, and you cannot spend on every move going over, you know, being paranoid, you know, with am I missing something? Because then you will run out of time.
Yeah.
And this is why even having the bar, that's many strong players said that don't tell me the move, just tell me, okay, you have to concentrate here, it will be enough, I will be unbeatable, right?
Yes,
and
exactly.
I think Magnus
Yes.
said it.
You are referring to the situation if there is about something about cheating, that you don't need even the concrete move, you just need this hint that something is happening here right now. Absolutely. But you know what, I'm also thinking that also for the maybe it's also, it comes, this mistake that she didn't find maybe d4, it comes out of big respect to the opponent also. Like you don't even think that your opponent can make a blunder. It's opening, it's move number what, 7?
Yeah.
Something like that. You don't even have, it doesn't cross your mind that your opponent may make any mistake at this moment. So you kind of follow the plan you were supposed to play, and you don't really look for winning or like good opportunities right now. I remember this important moment. Remember the World Championship match when Visha Anand played against Magnus and had this brilliant opportunity to win the game
In one move,
In one
basically
move,
in one move,
2
yeah.
pawns,
Yeah.
and of course the ending would be winning. But it seems again that the idea that he couldn't even imagine that Magnus will just miss something like that, so he didn't even calculate this opportunity.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's important to still be sharp and try, you know, to on each move still like look for your options. Like d4, of course, is like very concrete and findable.
And of course, if somebody tells her here, find the move for white, 5 seconds she finds it, right?
Of course, if you play blitz, actually you play d4.
She
right
finds
away.
it immediately, but nobody tells you that.
Yeah.
And it happens a lot in chess, this mutual blindness, right? So
Absolutely, yes, you're right. Your opponent made this like inaccuracy, and you also kind of don't see it, and you pass it, and I mean, but it's, I don't know what will happen. What happens normally when you come back home?
yeah, sometimes better not to know that. Yeah.
Exactly, yes.
The worst that can happen if she sees it during the
Oh,
game.
after you made
Then
the
it, not even after the move.
Yes, after you made
it,
before.
It keeps haunting you throughout
Yes.
the game, right?
Oh
So
no, you like
better
this,
not to see that. No?
like the best advice here would be just like think about it tomorrow. Like
Yeah.
please don't think about it anymore. What happened happened, and now it's time just to move on and just keep playing this game.
That's what they say. Ignorance is bliss, right? So this is exactly the situation.
This is old school, right? This is what we were taught
Yeah.
when we were kids. Like, if you made a mistake, okay, of course you will have problems with your coach later, but
It's water under the bridge. You go, you keep going. Yeah, it's
Exactly.
very important.
So, which
Let's
game
go
we
back
didn't
to
check?
our. Okay, so our main game is Goryachkina against Dzagnidze. Let's see.
Lots of development, yes.
So we when we visited the game in the beginning. So this is the Queen's Gambit accepted. A very old line with the isolated pawn.
Exactly, yes. This kind of typical position with isolated pawn, and as we know, both players, I'm sure, has great experience playing with isolated pawn or against isolated pawn. And what do you prefer, Alik? Let's go and check.
It depends.
Depends, yes.
It depends, really, because there are so many nuances here. Let's maybe talk about the ideas of each side, right?
Yes.
So when you, what is an isolated pawn is a pawn that, for those that in the audience that don't know, is a pawn that it cannot be defended by either of our own pawns.
I would say a pawn which doesn't have any friends right now,
Any
yes,
friends.
nearby, yes, not e pawn, not c pawn at the moment. So it's that's why we call it isolated pawn. There is also a song, chess song by Huga, famous chess singer, which is called Isolated Pawn. If you haven't heard it, you should definitely check it out. So yeah, speaking about the position, yes. So this is an isolated pawn. It can be weak.
Yeah,
right. That's
it can be weak. That's the problem of it. And again, with the computer, in the computer era, so we have been taught that end games if you end up in an end game and you have the isolated pawn, you're on the receiving end of it, and it's not so easy anymore. So even if you end up in an end game and on the higher levels, people know how to hold those end games. But it used to be considered all the time that, okay, you don't want to get into the end game because then black
will block it, yes.
Will block it and attack it, and you will be tied up to defending the pawn. And then the attacking side, or in this case the black side, will be able to create another weakness on the king side or a queen side, and then you will kind of have a hard time defending it.
Yeah, but the situation has changed, right? And the understanding.
Yeah, the understanding of it is a little bit different, and it's very holdable even if you get there. But while the end game is probably still better for the side not having the isolated pawn, you need to survive to get to the ending first, right?
Yes.
And
no, but why you say survive? I mean, like once I have isolated pawn, I'm trying actually to use the advantages of isolated pawn.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
As black, you have to survive until the ending.
Black has to survive, and white has to try to push. Yes, because you have advantages.
Exactly.
No. I mean, what I know that you, for example, you like control a couple of squares in the center. This is what I know, and your pieces can just start jumping, and you have actually, like in this position, pieces are quite active. Let's be honest, and the development. Look at the development, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. White is much as we have been taught, right? You calculate the pieces that are out. You have 4 minor pieces out, and black has only 1 minor piece out. And actually, Goryachkina is she's very attacking. She's a very aggressive player. So it's not very joyful to defend this position against her specifically, right? Because she is very tactical, and she can exploit all those tactical possibilities. Having said that, of course, black. So white is playing on the initiative, and that kind of drives the whole game afterwards. So black, to neutralize the initiative, you want to exchange pieces. Right?
Of course, yes. You want to exchange, but first you want to kind of develop them, because white just wants basically to do the castling, and who knows, even maybe to play even d5, I don't know, or put rook on c1. I have
It's
so
very
many.
tricky to play with black here. So for
Yes,
instance, the
yeah.
natural bishop e7 might run into some take d5 or even
Yes.
d5 right away. So for instance, even a very straightforward way, how do you play here?
Yes.
Because if you take, I take, so you take and I take here. f7 is
The only problem that
attacked.
yes, but I like if I take on g5.
Then the knight goes.
Yes, and like queen e5 ideas. This is what.
So I might.
But I mean, I don't like it. To tell you the truth, I'm proposing, but I don't like it.
Yeah, it looks
Because, like,
scary. So
it looks very scary.
Queen e3, we castle. You probably
I don't want
not
to
in
exchange
time.
queens.
Oh, sorry.
But I
Can
don't know
you
what
not?
else.
Can
what
you
else
not
I can
exchange?
do. I start to see some
Because-
tactical ideas. No, I mean for white. If I can.
Oh, you
yes.
want to play here?
Yes, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I
think
was
if
trying
can
to
do
make something like
crazy,
that
yes,
work, but
I mean,
I'm
know,
very materialist. There
Great.
comes an age that you become very
You
materialistic.
see, so we have a completely different approach. You want to keep the pieces, and I will always want to give them.
Yeah,
you
of
know?
course, they're not your pieces, of course.
Yes. So I don't know if we can do this because, like, maybe it's too much, right? Like queen
No,
g5.
but this is the Morphy style, right?
Yes, of course. And if I have a chance to sacrifice something and have like such a
The bar
initiative.
is on your side.
Yes, I take on f7 maybe and rook e1 or first rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1. Go.
Just at
Doesn't
bishop
look
e6.
good for me.
yeah.
Though.
Look
this
at
is
this.
mate in 3, yes?
Nice rook e8.
Mate in 2. Okay.
So I felt, you see,
you've-
Alik,
yeah.
I don't know sometimes how to deliver it, but
That's-
I have a feeling, yes, why to play queen e3? It's like I
You're
have
right.
something
You're
else.
absolutely right. Okay,
Yeah,
let's see.
yeah,
So
it's
if
funny.
I take and if I go
Here.
here,
Oh my gosh, look at this
then
king.
queen b6. Yeah, it just collapses
Yes.
from all kinds of.
So, by the way, it's a great example if you are not careful, if you are too greedy. This is what can happen. Of course, black was not obliged to play queen e5, but if not,
But if not, what do you do?
but castling still.
Castling, there is, I think.
So that's what I was trying to figure
there
out if
are
I can
many
take or not.
issues here.
Maybe I still have to spend time for
Yeah,
castling,
I
right?
thought castle take and rook.
Oh.
We don't have rook c1.
We
so
need,
we need to
the
castle,
castle,
first.
yes.
Okay.
But even castle, yes.
What
like
happens if we
keeping
castle?
everything,
Yeah.
keep all the threats and bring the rook on c1, next move, rook c8, whatever. Like so
This is
many.
a very horrible position.
Yeah, well, I mean, take white, of course, here. Maybe black will hold,
Maybe we
but
can still.
I take and rook c1.
Yeah, but I have you take, and this. Yeah, then I have knight c6.
Ah, knight c6, yes. Yeah, I was thinking that
But maybe
what
we
else?
can play
tricky,
something like
rook e1.
bring a rook.
And what, bishop d7? Ah, no,
And
you
rook
cannot.
e7.
Rook f, yes.
So we are threatening this.
Yes.
Bishop d7, we
I
just
take on
take
f7,
even,
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
So we cannot play that.
It's a
And
big
if
threat.
king goes, then we have a check probably. Yes.
Yes. Even check and rook e8 next move. Like, no, it's like, doesn't look great.
Yeah, check
Yes.
to be able to check then from here, and rook e8. Yeah, this is.
I mean, and even
Oh,
bishop
even
f7
we take,
and take on
even
c8.
take and take.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
you know you cannot play like
No,
that.
no,
right?
no, it's waiting for white. Yeah,
Okay,
so how did we get there? So d5 was
So the
proposed,
natural
yes?
bishop e7 might run into even d5.
Yes,
right?
so actually white would get rid immediately of isolated pawn, but at the same time make their pieces work even better, right? So it's actually one of the ideas, like you can keep this isolated pawn, but at the right moment, if you have chance, you can get rid of it and make something in the center. So what do you think here? Maybe instead
what
of
to
it...
do? This is so natural because otherwise white will take and play d5, right?
Also possible, yeah, right? I don't know what happened, like where...
Maybe we can try to do some counterplay.
Some tricks, yes, here.
Wait, Goryachkina is thinking. Oh no, but no.
Is it
No.
still
Nana
black
is
to
thinking,
play?
yeah.
Yes, black to play. But of course, she's trying to use this time, even when her opponent is thinking, also why not to think and find all these variations while your opponent is spending time.
I cannot see the clock situation. Do we have? We don't have the.
Not right now, right?
Yeah, it's 114. She has 114 versus 102. But it's interesting. Where did it doesn't seem like too good of a position for black.
Yes, it's like it feels like Nana should be careful here. It's really interesting because yesterday I talked to her during dinner, and she told me that pairings were known long time ago, and definitely everyone had time to prepare, especially in the openings. And we spoke a lot with Nana about the fact that how much women chess has also changed over the years, that right now you also need to know so many lines and theory, and she has a big team to help her. Right now she's a professional player. She enjoys playing chess, which is very important. And by the way, Alik, just quickly wanted to tell you that my first Women Grand Prix event, it was like my first time that I was working at that time, so with FIDE as a press officer, and it was Women Grand Prix event in Qatar in 2011. Can you imagine how long time ago? And from all participants in this tournament, only Nana played at that time. So she's the only player who participated in that series and specifically at that event. Of course, Anna Muzychuk been there also for a long time, and but Nana is like really like. She told me that she missed only one series of Women Grand Prix because of her personal reasons, but she played all of them, and it shows how much experience she has also participating in these events like on the highest level. Surprisingly, now I think Nana should solve some opening issues and like should find the exact moves not to be in trouble.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's not easy, and I think, you know, I looked a little bit. So this is actually it has been played many times. All of this. But I'm not following. So bishop g5 is the main move here. And black used to play in all the games bishop e7, but it doesn't look so good.
Yeah, so it's not a good sign that she's thinking for so long right now, because it's like move number also like what?
It's move number 9. Yeah.
Number 9. Normally, if you go for this line, you should probably know something here.
Maybe we are panicking.
Maybe you can still
maybe
hold
we
it.
Don't take
on g5.
On g5. What if we just castle? Yeah, maybe.
I mean, even from how it looks,
I agree.
It doesn't look great, but maybe it's very concrete, right?
But if we manage to liquidate, right, then it's just draw.
It can be a draw,
over,
yes.
Right?
Exactly, but
it can be game over, not with draw. Right?
Yes, so you need to be really careful, and maybe she's trying to remember like all the lines and to make sure that she didn't miss anything. Yes, I don't know, Alik, if you don't play d5, if you do castling, like if black on time to solve all the issues, like if I just play castle, yeah.
I think black needs to castle.
Yes, exactly, and like. I don't know, some ideas like with rook c1, just, is it too slow? Do you want to play faster?
It is slower than d5,
yes.
But again, white has the luxury to do that as well, right? So we can even now maybe we can consider
take and d5, or
well, this is a threat.
So we have to watch out.
Usually, what happens? So we can now regroup, right? If black is threatening to play knight a5, we can always regroup and go to this diagonal.
Also
this is the beauty of the isolated pawn, right?
Exactly.
You have some space advantage, and you can play, and it's always there. This d5 idea. So, for instance, let's say if you are not careful, right? So you can run into something like bishop takes and d5, and then it kind of explodes in your face, right? Or there's the whole position as black.
Yes, I'm 94 after, or like,
or even 94 right here.
Also,
so there's so many options that you have to consider. And then
yes, and this bishop on c8 is still like not participating and quite kind of sad bishop, and he still needs time to find the way out, right? So I don't know if we are helping with d5 or we don't, but still this bishop needs a place.
Yeah. So d5, you're saying that when you play it, you have to be sure that you're going for a kill.
Yes,
right?
otherwise you help black maybe to develop this bishop.
I agree.
Yes, so maybe you need some time to think about it. Yeah, so Nana is still spending
Nana
time.
is spending a lot of time, and this is a bit worrying for her fans.
I agree. Yes, but
but again, if you haven't studied or if you don't remember your preparation, there is a lot to think about here.
yeah,
So.
I really like this position now that Nana took. It's like you cut yourself from the whole world, and you really want to go deeply. It's a sign also that you don't want anything to happen. You don't want to see anything, and you want to concentrate and find because she feels that it can be an important first critical moment in this game, and like one step. One wrong step and you can lose the game right away in the opening, and it's very important to have this feeling, to create this feeling when it's a right moment to go deeper into position, because then maybe everything will be over if you just miss something.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, by the way, this posture, I always, when I play, that's when
it was yours. Yeah,
that's when I feel that I'm most concentrated. Yeah.
Yes. Because like you really try to do it, while you're trying to play a game and you have a chessboard in front of you. You will see that you really concentrate on the chessboard and you have nothing else to think about, and you don't see anything, like no cameras, no arbiters around. Like you really focus. Yes.
Yeah.
And it helps a lot for concentration. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shall we jump to other games?
See the Muzychuk sisters?
Yes. It's really funny
So
that we're a little bit fast with
well, yeah.
assuming the result, but
sorry about that, guys. Yeah, but we are. So this is a Sicilian, a very solid line for white with f3. So white has a very small weakness to play against, this d5 pawn, and we want to start pushing. We want to kind of get a grip on the d5 square, and black will go around it. And so here white placed the knight on d5. We exchange. This is very typical. They are going into the end game.
Knight d5.
Knight takes d5. Yes.
So it's like everything is going to be exchanged.
Everything is going to be exchanged. They're playing very fast. I would say it's indicative of their intentions, but maybe I'm wrong. So now what's basically what black wants is by doubling on the d file. Oh, and I think we are, so this is the repetition
yes,
that
so
we might, and
I think they are.
I think yeah, we can see it on the screen.
They're going to ask for
a draw. They're asking for a repetition, draw by repetition.
Exactly, but I know that they have a board in the plane where they're going to check it first to make sure that everything is according to like this to what they said, they claimed, because it's like a normal procedure in the chess world that you have to check it on the board if there was a 3 times repetition.
But I think there was, so this was the first time, this is the second time, and this is the 4th time already.
Because if there is not, you have to continue playing the game. That's the main basic rule here, because before move 40, nobody can offer a draw. And Alik, yesterday we had this really nice opening ceremony of the 4th leg of Women Grand Prix. So we have the team has prepared a really nice video so you can get the atmosphere and what was there. Did you enjoy it yesterday?
I enjoyed it a lot, yeah, it was very nice. And,
it was nice to see also your old friends, and I also enjoyed it, yes. Let's have a look.
Welcome to sunny Cyprus. My name is Michael Rahal, I'm here at the venue at the Hotel Hilton in Nicosia. For the next 10 days, 10 of the best players in the world will be battling it out for a chance to win the Cyprus leg of the Women's Grand Prix and maybe even be able to play for the world title. I'm joined here by Takis Nikolopoulos, the main arbiter of the event. Takis, what do you think is going to happen these days in this magnificent venue?
We have a very important tournament. 10 of the top female players will give we have fascinating games, tough fights, but only on the chessboards, and they will fight for qualifying for the candidates tournament of the Women's World Championship match. So it's a very important tournament, and we are all very excited, and we are waiting for all this.
Thanks, Takis. In a few minutes, these boards will be full with the best players in the world. So stay tuned for the next few days. At 3 o'clock every afternoon, the games will be broadcasted live on our YouTube channel with our fantastic commentators, Grandmaster Anastasia, Karlovich, and Alik, Gershon. Games will be exciting, and I'm sure we'll have a very good time here in Cyprus.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everyone. We keep watching the fourth leg of the Women's Grand Prix event, which is taking place right now in Nicosia, Cyprus. We're together with Alik, and let's follow the games a little bit. And I think one of the most exciting events are in the game which we were checking before between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Dzagnidze. So what happened there?
Yeah. So okay. The last move a little bit ruined the variation that we checked, but there was a very interesting game here that continued between strong players, actually strong grandmasters. White played Rook C1, like we said,
like
right?
something what we were discussing with
along the lines what we were discussing, but apparently Black has a very interesting continuation here. Knight takes d4. The point being that if we take, and we have to take because the knight threatened to take, obviously was threatening to take the queen and the knight, we have to accept a sacrifice. And now Black plays knight g5, just to show you that it's not all white is
not only
attacking,
white
right?
who
Not
can
only
do
white.
some tricks, right? It's also
And the
for
point
black.
is that we are attacking this pawn, the mate, and we also want to just grab the bishop back and
So
just winning a central pawn.
What can I do now? Like if I play f4 just for...
You have to play f4.
Just to
That's
try,
what.
yes, to
That's
defend.
exactly what happened. But Black still takes on g5.
And I cannot take.
You
because
cannot
of
take
checkmate,
back
yes.
because of checkmate. Absolutely. And now, but you say, but you cannot play like that, right? I have, for instance, knight e4.
Yes.
But
I
if you
can
play
say
knight e4,
so.
then queen d8, and if you take the bishop, then queen takes d4 check.
What a nice geometry, huh?
Yeah, fantastic geometry, and then we play probably knight f2 even or something like that. But it's not over. White takes on h7 first, and this is a real game that happened.
Oh, really?
Yes. Black takes on h7. Knight e4 now. Now the point being that if you play queen d8, then
Check.
knight takes
With
g5
check.
with a check, and I'm able to keep my knight. But what do you think Black plays here?
I'm trying to understand because let's
So actually, it's an equality here.
can I
right?
sacrifice queen or no? Not really. Yes, I don't think so.
No, it's not an equality.
Yes.
Black is a piece up, right?
Black is a piece up. Queen f4.
Queen f4.
Yes.
And apparently here
We still
it's a
keep some
playable
threads. Yes.
position, and it's about maybe White has a very slight edge, but it's about equalish, and because Black has a rook and a piece and a pawn for a queen.
Still
So-
very scary for it. Looks very scary for me because like this was king on h7. What are you trying
Yeah,
to say?
but I have my trumps as well.
Yes.
I can play bishop e3. The pawn will go to f5. The bishop pair might be very, very dangerous here.
Wow.
So
I mean,
not so
it's
easy,
not obvious for me. When I look at this position, like I see so many ideas and threats, like yes, like even
Like
queen
queen
h3.
h3 maybe,
and
yeah.
what, you have to go knight h6
Probably
or what?
knight h6,
because
but
like I don't think you can afford playing
no, I
like king
can
g8.
because
Really?
this is threatening.
Yes, because
so-
bishop is threatening, and yes, if you play like rook d1 right
Oh
now.
no, bishop. We cannot take
Knight
here
f6.
because this is
Yes, some.
knight f6.
But it's bishop h6. You have. I thought it's
Yes,
checkmate,
I
but-
also thought it's checkmate,
But oh my gosh.
maybe g4. We're having fun, guys.
It's
I don't
really-
know about you, but we're having fun.
I mean, this position, really, when you look at it, like, it's not obvious for me that it's playable. I mean, I see from both sides so many different ideas.
Actually, it looks bad for Black,
At the moment, yes.
but maybe we don't have to take the
The rook.
We can maybe play check and then take the knight.
The knight, but I mean, it's not that obvious
Or
everything,
maybe a
right?
five. No, nothing is obvious.
It's like
obviously.
absolutely crazy position, which if you if you didn't analyze it at home, like good luck trying to find all these moves and variations over the
Absolutely.
board. Yes, it's not that easy.
But Aleksandra saved this whole mess from us, and she played rook f e1.
like very solid move. Yes.
But what happens if we play knight?
D4
is this
here.
playable or this is not playable anymore?
Yes, if you take knight d4, knight
It's
d4.
not playable because it's not a mate anymore.
So
right?
she has prevented
we can just
this idea.
even take on e7 and this is game over because this is just a check, although unpleasant, but with 2 pieces up, we will manage, I think,
Yes.
to overcome that.
Yeah, so it's a different, it's like prophylactical move. Yes, rook e1. She just made sure that there is no tricks with knight d4. At the same time, of course, put her rook on a good position. And so what is next? Like if black plays
so the rook on
normally.
e1 is very well placed. It also supports d5s in many lines, right? Because there is this extra pressure along the e file. And oftentimes, white will try to sacrifice on f7. Just imagine, for instance, let me just showcase some idea. So, for instance, just ignore, but I just want to show some ideas that do happen in this kind of lines. So, for instance, let's say there were some moves. For instance, if we get into something like that, so one of the ideas that white might have in such positions is to sacrifice on f7 and then just take on e6. And for this purpose, the rook on e1 is
useful. Yes,
very
like
useful. Yeah.
Great. One of the ideas, yes, if black will try to move the bishop on b7, if black will just, so black played now rook d8, putting some pressure on d pawn, but I think we can protect it like playing rook d1, right?
Yes.
If you take on d4, I have some tricks here, right? And bishop h7.
Do you? But it's important.
You're right. Because knight h7 is possible.
H7, and now if we take the rook, suddenly we lose.
Yes, yes. So it's important to be careful until the end. Yes. So not bishop h7 immediately.
And if bishop f6, then the bishop will protect the rook, so it doesn't.
It doesn't work. So what are you trying to say? That.
Or does it? Wait, there is. Look at this. Is there this move?
95. Oh no. So many
The point
tricks in
is
this
that
position.
you cannot take here because of checkmate.
Yes.
This is beautiful.
It is beautiful. 95. Yes. But what to do? The idea is knight f6 and bishop h7, right?
Yeah, I only sacrificed the pawn so far. So if you go here, what is this?
Is it beautiful? But how to continue? All right. Let's try to find. I'm looking
You're the
for.
attacking player here.
I'm trying to see something. Yes, here, but.
So maybe we just take. You know, there might be a case made for something like that even.
Just to say that
And
even you
to
gave
say
the pawn,
that
but
you are not really getting out with your pieces here, but
yes,
I think
actually try to find
it's a
the move here
concession,
for
yeah?
black, right? It's like rook
I
d4,
think
queen
we
d4,
can, yeah, but
e5.
I think
Yes.
we can play something.
The threat was to take on d4 and rook d1. And
Yeah,
it's like
yeah, that was my idea. But maybe you can just play something like e5. The point being that you don't really want to take
No,
on b7.
I don't want. Yes,
white.
this. But it's like really tricky position. Yes, knight d5 was really beautiful. Yes, this great continuation. Will Aleksandra like the idea to go rook d1? Like what else you can
it
do?
looks very natural.
Yes,
to play
for
rook d1,
sure.
right?
But
This is the move.
But to tell you the truth, guys, I really miss this idea with first, from far, I missed the idea knight h7, knight g5, which is easier, of course, to to forget about, that your bishop will be hanging at the end of the line.
Oftentimes you
Yes,
just stop your calculation, automatically say, okay, rook d1 you cannot take because of bishop h7, and this is how you blunder,
yes.
right?
But
this is how you blunder.
it's important to calculate until the end. Yes, it's not a bad idea. Yes, to calculate a few moves ahead. Yes, so like once again, like if rook d4, I don't know, just to check the bishop h7, like it's really bad, right? Like we don't have any compensation at the end, because even with this king, yes. So it's just over. But you have like you gave 2 pieces for the rook, and it's not the best idea.
Yeah, you don't have enough minor pieces left
to do something here. Yes, I just wanted to check, but yes, you have to start playing really tricky right now.
So we have.
Yeah, I think it's
It
bishop
looks like
f6
bishop
looks like
f6 and
the best option.
what
yes.
else can we do? Knight d5 if it works. It's
Brilliant.
great.
Which is brilliant, yes.
And
Like, yes, queen
wow.
d8 is the only move, yes.
it looks like it, yeah. Because are there any other move? Just take,
Take
and then
bishop
take on
h7.
h7.
Then it works, the same idea, but queen d8 is a strong move,
And d8.
defending the bishop.
We might even consider to take with the pawn. But no, okay, yeah. So it must be good for white, though. I mean, I don't believe that this is.
Maybe some tricky moves like queen b6 or queen c3 with the idea bishop h7.
Queen b6.
No?
You're
Is it-
threatening to
Yes.
take,
And I'm kind of I look at this.
but okay, but what happens if I just play something like that?
I mean, I had all these sacrifices in my mind, but so maybe now at least that I have control and you don't have e5 anymore. Maybe now bishop e4 because I put pressure on you now. Like you don't have e5.
Yeah,
Maybe
I like it,
maybe
yeah.
it's tricky. Maybe the same idea, but now that you don't have e5, like you have some issues with development.
yeah. Once we exchange this rook and we get control over the
It's
d
gonna
file,
be,
it's
of course,
over because
better for
it
white.
just never gets out.
Yes. So yeah, maybe like something like queen
Nice.
b6. Yes, yes. I was trying to.
So you see, your instincts work.
Sometimes,
rook
yes,
d8,
sometimes
rook d1
not.
immediately, and then
Yeah, but it's a very interesting moment right now. So if she plays rook d1, then of course it's like, first of all, she has to see all this. You
Yeah,
have to see
if
knight
it's-
d5, because if you don't
exactly.
see knight d5,
Because
you don't play.
if it's your pieces, you're more reluctant to give them away, right? So you do have to calculate all this, and you have the feeling that you should have
Something
some
at least,
compensation
yes.
here.
But
you
also
want
for
to
Nana,
calculate, yeah?
it's going to be tricky, because once Aleksandra plays rook d1, do you need to trust your opponent and not take on d4, or you should consider, you should really see all the lines
Yeah, I
in
think
order
they're
to...
past the phase that they trust each other. Here they don't trust each other anymore. So.
Yeah, so I think it's a second critical moment in this game, and they have to be very careful right now. So is it
This is the current position.
the current position? So Aleksandra is still thinking
yeah.
about it, yes. Because yes, it's a critical moment. Like, of course, if you just look at this position without calculating, you kind of spot the fact that bishop still is on c8, and you may have something here. Like, you have this feeling.
Yeah.
But still very concrete. Knight d5, you have to see it.
By the way, it has to be said that black doesn't have to take on d4.
Oh, exactly.
obviously,
But what
right?
else? Then which move you play?
b5 maybe.
Like bishop
If-
5, yes?
If it's playable. Or you know what? Maybe this is a good idea to throw in. And now everything can change, because if you have to go here, you don't have knight d5 anymore. Or you still... Oh, you still do.
You still do, just you don't take on h7 with...
You still do because it's still a checkmate.
Exactly, yes. So it doesn't matter, yes.
Okay, so the h6 doesn't help me. But still, I think it's a good move to throw in.
Just to make sure that bishop... could I take on f6 and play d5?
Although in this kind of positions, h6 can be a very, very weakening move, because the point is that if white plays, for instance, let's say we play b5, bishop here. So once white builds this, I will improve.
I know, no worries. No worries. We know what you want to say.
So once white plays this, you want to be able with black to play g6. And with having played h6, you're less likely to do that.
When you play g6, maybe I have rook e6 now.
Exactly.
Yes,
That's one of the reasons.
The idea which you...
That's one of the reasons why you want to
Yes.
have your pawn on h7.
Yes.
So yeah. So maybe h6 is a move that you will want to make
I just wonder...
only if you have something concrete, right?
After h6, did we have... I like the idea with bishop h4, but after h6, did we have something concrete, like to take on f6 and play d5?
yeah.
Or it's knight a5 and it's enough?
It always needs to be checked.
Knight a5 probably is...
Knight f5 and maybe even bishop c3.
Yes, maybe that's a difference, yes, that black has this move, which... If the bishop was on b1,
Yeah,
would
it
be
would
better,
be
yes.
much better. But now black is right in time to take and even take on d5, or even install something like suddenly it gets very tricky for white. Okay, so let's go back. So this is our current position. Let's let Aleksandra think a little bit, and we can go maybe to the Indian derby.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah?
Let's have a look what Divya and Harika are
Okay,
doing
we
right
left
now.
them around. Yeah. So Harika is thinking. So we're discussing
D4
here
was
D4,
played.
as we said. And this is the position that Black is trying to get when playing this kind of lines, saying that okay, I'm a little bit, a tiny bit more passive, but so what? Right?
Yes, so it's just playable, right position, but not much is happening. So few more moves, right?
A lot, yeah. There was,
They
so we
exchanged.
start exchanging because what to do? There is only one open file, and yeah. And now Divya played knight f1. Yeah, throughout my youth, I played the exchange French all my life because I was lazy to study
Really? And how did you
theory
do?
with white. I didn't do too badly, but I cannot say that it was, very thrilling to play those positions. But that's what you end up
Kind
playing
of,
there.
yeah,
kind
this
of.
is similar pawn structure.
So I was ahead of my time by maybe 20, 30 years. I was playing the Italian, and now they're getting to Italian.
Yes, yes, yes. So
So laziness pays off.
absolutely. The difference might be that this bishop is on g2, right here. Like when you play typically exchange variation of French, you put the bishop on d3,
d3,
right?
yeah,
so here we have the bishop on g2. I don't know if it's a better idea or...
Well, it makes sense if you manage to eventually somehow play b3,
D3 and
c4, I
C4,
think, because then you kind of put some pressure on the d file, on the d5 pawn.
Is this knight is a bit annoying on f5? Because
It
like
is.
you cannot
It
really
is, because you want-
kick it out with g4 because you will just lose the h4 square, very important square. So you never do this. Don't
Like
play.
how
Even
they
with
teach us,
computers.
how they teach us pawns never move back. Yeah.
No, no, no.
So you don't. Just maybe we can show why you never consider this move, because it's such a deadly weakening of all the squares, and you can never repair it. Yeah.
And it's around your king, so yeah.
Don't
you
try it
better
at
don't
home,
do
yeah.
this, yes.
Unless and then
Something
in once
concrete.
in a blue moon you have it and it's a winning move, but
Not
and
here,
then you
but
say
not
it's
here.
a brilliant move, but not here. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why maybe White would like to play something like knight e3 and exchange this knight. Maybe that's an idea.
I think yes, but then again,
You can put your second knight, right?
the second knight can come. I would actually consider, as black, I would love to be able to play h5, but I cannot see how
now,
I can do
right?
that. Yeah.
The queen
Right
is
now,
here.
the queen is.
So it's all about plans and where you place your pieces and which pieces you would like to leave on the board and which ones you would like to exchange.
Yeah, I would love to exchange my dark square bishops as white and keep the white square bishop, the light square bishop, and then start putting pressure on the d file and on d5 pawn, on this pawn. But it's much easier said than done.
Yeah, exactly.
And as black, probably the trick is not to be too ambitious here, I think. So
That's an issue, right? Maybe it's for the style of the players. It depends. Like, would you like to play some actively? I mean, this is your part of your style, and then you get into this position which is very dry, and you don't have so many options. Of course, players are so experienced. They're really like. They can do everything, right? They can play boring positions, they can play funny positions, everything. But still, if it doesn't fit your style, you have some troubles, right?
Yeah.
And I wonder, like, even time. What about the time right now for the players?
Even 48 versus 56.
Yes. So I wonder how.
I would play maybe something like Queen of 7 looks like a very natural move to me. Both overprotecting the pawn and preparing, preparing the rook to come to e8.
And just
Not much can
there,
be
yes.
said here. I mean, it's about equalish, but white does have slightly more pleasant game.
Exactly,
so.
yes. So probably White didn't want to risk that much. Yes, so Divya decided to go for this line in order just to keep playing and see what's happening. Like perhaps it's very comfortable for her right
Frankly,
now.
you don't, after e4, e5, you don't have much options, to be honest. So
Yes.
this is one of the more playable positions you can get there. So
So shall we jump to Tsolakidou Paehtz
let's
game?
play. Let's see that. Oh, a lot has happened, and actually in the lines. Okay, so we left.
The game somewhere
game
around
here,
here,
right?
yes. They didn't repeat, which is nice. No bishop b3. b3 was played.
B3 was played, preparing to take on c4 with the b pawn if needed, and also making way for the queen
To a3.
to a3. Exactly. So this is kind of a little bit like we spoke, right?
Just
So
we thought that bishop will be on a3
Yes.
and queen will be on a3, but she decided to go the other way around.
which is also very valid. And
So
black
pawn is
has
hanging.
real issues, right? Because you can you cannot.
Still play b6, non b5.
You
Let's
can
remember
probably
about
never play
Passant.
b6 because even if you move your rook, you will open the a file for white, not for yourself. So you create some more entry points.
So bishop f8.
So
I
bishop
don't see
f8 is kind of a
what
must.
else you can play. Yes.
And
So
now the knight, second knight comes, and the knight, now you don't even want to take on c4 because I have another option to take. I can choose whether I want to take with the knight or with the b pawn, and the knight goes to. I have a lot of choices, and what happened in the game is interesting. So black prepares b6, and white played f4.
yes, that's what I thought. That when she played knight d2, that is it the idea to play move
I
f4?
think so.
Yes, and try to
Especially after you played rook b8. So now if you take, you don't really want to take it. So
very
this
tricky,
is
yes.
even with the tempo. And eventually we will break through with the e5.
What
Or
I-
not, I don't know.
Maybe, yes,
Maybe we
as an
we
option.
don't have to. Yeah?
What we have now, we have statistics and head-to-head. Let's have a look. I don't know how many times they've played before, and it's going to be interesting to know,
Interesting.
actually.
Okay, so they have 4 draws and Stavroula
Stavroula
won
won
one
one
game.
game, yes. It seems like one victory for Stavroula, so she's ahead right now, which maybe gives her a little bit like some psychological advantage.
And the fact that she has a much better position also gives her also a psychological advantage.
You
as
play
well,
with white, yes, as well. Exactly, and we discussed before that Stavroula is still, of course, fighting to get to top places in this Grand Prix series, so it's extra motivation as well. I don't know if black needs to take on the 4. Is it the only option here?
She didn't
Can
take.
you ignore?
She
She
played
didn't
b5.
take. She played b5.
But
Yes.
but I'm a bit worried about this. So this is another weakness. Although she did
Kind of
solve the
protected
issue of the c5,
C5.
but now e5 is so we can now switch and go back to attacking, right? To attacking the e pawn maybe, and we go all the pieces.
I like the throws, like
Go here.
arrows, like you go bishop f2, bishop g3. Yes, nice. Yes, good plan. Yes, so if you have a weakness, what normally you try to do, you try to attack as much as possible, and perhaps
and to
you
tie
have
your
more
opponent
pieces. Yes.
to defending this piece.
Yes. So we found this e5, and now everybody goes there, trying to.
Yeah, and now go
catch
back. And the point is that if you play b5, like we said about the g4 move previously, right? The b5 move is less horribly looking than the previous one, right? And especially you're attacking the knight. But again, the pawn will not be able to move back, and this will be left forever weak.
So you would end up with the weakness on c5, and you just protected it. So let's keep it there. On the other hand, like this knight on c4 can be annoying. Yes, he's participating in attacking the central pawn, and
Yeah, and
you
it's
don't
tying
like
our
to-
rook to
Exactly,
b6, so
yes.
you might have to play sometimes b5 and maybe even try to immediately play c4. So for instance, now we have to solve some concrete
issues. Yes,
issues
like,
with e5.
yes, we were threatened to take it. Yes.
So we can probably go back.
Knight b6. All these ideas are not working right now, right? I'm just asking.
This is a good
I'm
collection.
just asking, but I think it's queen d8. Yes,
Queen
but I always
D8.
check. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
Yeah. So we gave our piece for 2 pawns right now. We take on b6.
If we take, this is a very
The problem
important
is
check.
that it's check. Yes. The problem
Otherwise,
is
we would.
start doing something here, but yeah, probably it's not enough. It's like
No, I
2
think
pieces.
black should be okay here.
Yes, I also feel this, but just checking, like I
Yeah,
always.
you have to be very alert here, and that's one of the troubles of playing this as black, because you have to be alert here, you have to be alert there,
Okay.
and it's
Yes.
like the theory of probabilities. Your probability of blundering something just goes up.
Absolutely, and like even if it doesn't work, the move like knight b6, maybe it will work someday, maybe
Exactly.
later. So
Yeah.
you keep checking all these tricks, and who knows? Like maybe your opponent will play an accurate move and will not have opportunity to defend it later. So just have it in mind, and that's it.
And maybe we can
Yeah.
start asking questions.
I don't know how much still you want to take on e5.
Maybe not
Because
yet.
this bishop on
Maybe not
g7
yet.
can be dangerous, but still yes, you are like
But what do you do? So if you play something like b5,
yes, that's a good point. Like, do you want to take immediately on e5 or not?
yeah, probably too scared to do that.
Is it no? But it's very concrete because I also want to take on c6. So if I take,
Yeah,
like
I
I'm
don't
take,
believe in it, yeah.
what, queen d6 or what?
Some queen d6, f6, f6 maybe, not to let you play
Yes,
bishop f4.
like this. I mean,
The bar loved my move.
I even thought
obviously.
about taking on d7,
Knight d7,
b8.
yeah, knight d7
Yes.
is probably
I mean,
good.
I'm thinking like if I can afford
Or
all
even
this.
d4 maybe first. Yeah.
To make sure that queen b2 is
Yeah,
not possible,
to
right?
not
So
wander.
it's very nice way to thread the rook, right? I've never seen something like that. You play d4, closing the
Blocking
diagonal.
yeah, and
in
attacking the.
It's very funny.
Okay, but let's see. I
Yes.
think we just misplayed it badly
Yes.
on
So-
the black side.
So
here-
b5 is not. Knight f7 maybe yes, it's better. Because like even if I play knight c6, then my queen on b2 will be hanging. I mean, black will just move the queen, and b2 queen will have a problem.
So how
So I don't like it. Yes, I don't like.
it doesn't look good. Yeah?
So like bishop f4 is or d4 your move.
Yeah, but it's black. I'm actually considering maybe something like that
Black move, yes.
to try to take.
To remove the defender, right? So what to do? Let's say d4. I'm still trying.
d4. You're still trying. I think I can
Can I take with the pawn?
just take.
Maybe it's too much. But okay, let's keep checking.
The bar loved my move.
Yes, yes,
why
yes.
why does it love my move so much? Maybe just take here
take.
first.
And like I thought about something like
Then
knight
knight
d7
c6, yeah.
or knight c6.
Knight
better.
d7. I was thinking I will take.
Just
and
take,
then
yes.
Just
Yes, you will
somehow
just
it-
kill me here. Knight c6.
So, but knight c6 is not nice. Queen c5.
Oh, position is really crazy because like everything is hanging.
Queen
Yes.
c5, knight d4.
We don't
No,
even
how do
take
you
on
take?
b8.
How do you take? Oh, this is just knight b8.
Yes, knight b8 because knight d7 will be with the
It's
threat.
like checkers,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Kind of you take
Yes, you
everything.
take everybody. Yes.
Okay, but
Wow.
what do we do?
Yes.
Wow. The computer says it's obviously 0, 0, 0,
Yes,
of course.
It's
for the
clear. Yes,
computer.
try to find it. Yes, try to find it now. Maybe you have to take on this 3. No.
On the 397 check.
Check. It's check. Okay. Yes. So you have to move your queen. You tried on c5. What
Knight
about
c5
d6?
we take
Or
here, yeah.
imagine if it's queen f8 or something like that. It's like it's just crazy. Yes. The idea is that queen will not be hanging after.
Maybe we can just take. And attack here. So, and if you take, then we take.
take and yes, you're better,
You
yes.
don't have knight d7 with the tempo, and I think this is enough pieces for us, right?
It's a pity that bishop is there. Knight f6 would work nicely here, but you defend everything with
Defend,
this
yeah.
move. Yes. Anyway, So
guys, this
you
is
have to
just
take
to
on
show you that
d4.
grandmasters cannot calculate as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are so
It's
many
very
options.
tricky-
For
it's very
example,
tricky, yeah.
in this position, let's even speak about the candidate's move. Here it's like knight d4, bishop d4, threatening the queen on e4. So like, but then knight will be hanging on c6. But then you can take bishop on g7. So like, really, you need normally to sit down and spend like 20 minutes
Yeah.
of your time trying to understand everything what's going on. Like now with seconds, like we can do this with Alik
We
easily.
can do
but
that. We have
but
the
then you
benefit
will
of the bar, right? And we know, for instance, so we know
Keep
the computer
silence
says
and 20 minutes
it's
thinking.
equal, but it's anything but. It doesn't look equal here, right? It looks anything but.
Let's check bishop d4 still. Like I'm laughing because it's like let's
Wow,
make more
bishop d4, for
pieces to
instance,
hang
yeah.
to.
Because we are
Yes.
threading, everything is hanging, and
Yeah.
you know.
So while
So
I was
the bar-
talking, I was thinking like
The bar says black is winning, but is it
Yes,
obvious
how?
Not to me.
take yes.
So probably just maybe
Just
something
because
like
it's
that. And then
Bishop
take
f3, yes,
and
and
knight
this-
g5. Yeah.
yeah, because the problem is that suddenly White's king becomes
Weaker
so
than
weak.
black's. Yeah.
Yes. So that's a problem. But yeah, I mean, it's still, imagine you're checking these lines and like you have to check all of them. So bishop d4 was one of the options. It looked really logical because you will take this bishop on g7, maybe threaten some checkmates, and suddenly it's all the other way around, and White is suffering at the end of
And you have
the line. Yes.
And you have to calculate it all here when it's much more obscure,
Yes.
But you kind of have a feeling that this shouldn't work.
Yeah,
right?
because this
So-
bishop on g7 is too strong. So normally you can just play like knight e5 or knight g2.
So I think as white, I would
Yes.
spend, or even with black maybe. With black is more demanding, but with white I would spend maybe 5 minutes calculating and say,
feeling
you
that
put it in the too hard pile. It's too difficult. I cannot understand what's going on, but it looks dangerous, and you kind of your intuition says it shouldn't be too good for you to pin yourself like this.
it's very nice approach, Alik. I mean, I would spend so much time here trying to guess still if knight e5 is working, because like you feel that if you take the central pawn and it's for free, then you're really good, right? But no, but I understand what you mean. Your intuition
The
like
intuition says it
has to be something,
somehow,
right?
whereas-
Black has some opportunities here, right?
And especially when your intuition is enforced by the bar, that it's very easy to
Yes.
say that. Yeah.
Exactly. So what will be the other options? Like we go to
Okay,
after
so we-
b5.
we
So
already actually okay. So
queen a6 was played instead of queen
Stavroula
b2.
played queen a6, which is
She's trying to attack another weakness.
interesting. I like it actually because she puts pressure on those pawns which are tough to defend, right? If you played b5, then knight a5 probably, yes.
And how to defend c6?
You cannot defend c6. So you have to play rook b7.
This is what was played, right?
This was
Yes, it's
played.
maybe the only move.
And the point, what's your point? Do you want to play b5? This is a very important question because if you don't want to play b5, I have all the time that
You
I
know
need.
what?
I can play knight f3.
I think there are some tricks here. Like maybe black wants to play b5 in order to catch the queen, like rook b6, with some ideas like b5, knight a5, and rook b6.
Let's check.
Let's check, yes. So like
So for instance,
b5.
if we don't take on e5, if we play this, knight c6.
Knight c6, yes, but I was not sure about it.
Rook, queen goes. The point is that, of course, if you take, then there's check.
Yes.
It's important that it's check and we win.
So you cannot.
sorry.
Yes, so
Sorry,
I cannot do
missed.
this. So after.
Yeah, so here, after knight c6, you want
To move the queen, but it's
But where?
good questions. Where,
because I
yes.
just want to maybe
Yes.
take and take, yes?
Yes, even this is fine for white.
Wherever
Yes.
you go, I just take here, take here, and I have two rooks and a
rooks.
pawn for a queen.
Which is good, yes, which is good for
It's a very
white.
big advantage for white. I
In the
think.
worst case scenario, right? So yeah, it
B5
means
is not really
dangerous,
maybe in
yes.
the play. And that means that knight f2 maybe is a good move, right? So we put the pressure again. Again, bishop g7 is probably a move.
This bishop just goes back and forth,
Bishop-
trying to defend the
Yeah,
pawns.
what to
Yes,
do?
c5,
That's-
e5.
Life is tough.
And
And
so
maybe
how do we
now
continue?
Bishop f2. Want to, or but then bishop g4 probably, yes. So maybe we want to restrict the bishop. Some
Like to play
prophylactic-
h3 first?
Some h3, but
right?
h3 I don't like. We're weakening our king side a little bit too
Yeah,
much.
because some g5, you mean ideas?
Yeah, I don't. It's too few pawns to move them. So
Yes, actually, the moment queen goes so far away, black should maybe look for some ideas in
Counterattack, yeah.
counterattack on the king side, because
that's
like,
how you lose with white. These positions, right? You overpush there,
yes,
and
yeah.
then the whole king's Indian is based on this idea, right?
Don't get too excited, yes, with traveling with your queen too far away from the king's side. So I don't know, g5 even maybe some one day. But yeah, I mean, I don't see
what to
many.
do with white? How do we proceed? So we have almost an ideal setup.
You want to put more pressure, let's say, on one of the weaknesses, but how to do it, right?
Yeah.
No, bishop d2, bishop c3 would be another
Another
option.
idea, yeah.
But
But again, black probably wants to play bishop g4.
and start asking questions, like even
Yeah.
threatening to take this
What
knight.
to take. So maybe we can put the rook. The rook doesn't do anything on e1, right?
So like rook
This is
f1.
another approach to see when you don't know what to do. Ask, like start talking to your pieces, right?
Yes, yes.
Ask them what they would like to do. So the rook on e1 is probably not ideally placed. We would love to maybe move it here and also prepare, for bishop g4. Then we can recapture with the rook.
Yeah, I like this move, yes, like to make sure that king is fine and actually give the chance to black to play right now, because
Yeah.
it's a good question what black is doing here. Like you prevent the idea of bishop g4 and you kind of ask, yeah, I mean, yes, you defended everything, the rook is on b7, b8, but kind of stuck there. So what is next? Like what actually is next for black? Like if you play b5, I made sure that knight a5 is fine for me. But what are you going to do? Like, I don't know, h6, g5? Also, like, very responsible approach. For example, like, if black will try to get something on the king side, like, it's still an issue. Like, it's better for white or black to get crazy. So, it's interesting position and what I can say,
Definitely
playable
white
position
is-
for
yeah,
everyone.
But white is definitely pushing, right? And
Yeah, rook f1
Let's
I
see,
like
yeah.
because it's like you really had to find the way how to proceed. But it's not easy to understand that bishop f2, bishop g3, like it's not working immediately.
And actually, I would still check maybe bishop g4 if it's a move.
Like asking me if I want to play h3,
Do you want to play
Yes.
h3, or if not, what do you want to play? And
maybe like bishop d2, yes.
because I still another plan. Now I'm thinking about it. So white can think about playing something like rook b1 and b4 sometimes. Right?
The idea is to put more pressure on these pawns, yes?
Yes. So white has some options, and it's because black is a little bit constrained with her pieces.
Yes.
It will be
Pieces are not so
tricky to-
active, yes. Like knight
keep
f7,
balance here.
bishop on g7 are still, those pieces are not placed very well for the moment. So shall we go
let's
to
see.
the other
Yeah,
big
let's see the last game. Olga against Jiner.
Jiner, yes. We actually
Let's go back
left it
here.
long time ago, yes.
So after d5, white obviously didn't want to take. This is the good
on
approach.
d5 because we discussed
As
with
we
you what
discussed,
happens.
it
Yes.
would give too much initiative to black. Queen e2, very reasonable move. Bishop g4, also a very reasonable move, right? Because whenever the bishop is not able to go back to e2, the spin is very annoying. And now white will have to decide whether she wants to play g4 or she's because it's tricky, right?
Yes.
It can be
They're always like
double-edged sword, so especially with an open center.
we actually have head-to-head statistics
let's
between
see.
the players, if they ever met. Wow.
Oh,
Actually, they played 2 games.
They
and
played 2 games, and Badelka won in both of them.
Yes. I don't even remember where they met, but it's really nice to have the statistics.
So Olga she has an advantage in this game also. Wait, something happened here.
Yes, I think
feel-
bishops.
so
bishop
bishop
g5.
g5. Somehow b5. I'm not
She
sure.
plays very concrete. Yes, somehow she's like she decided to go for a very concrete line, pushing this bishop from a4. But let's see what happened, and maybe then come back and try to analyze.
Okay,
So
yeah.
b5.
Bishop b3.
To connect.
She decided to take.
After playing,
It feels like a concession to me, because now
so now we have like 2 bishops against 2 knights.
two
in
bishop
this-
against 2
in
knights,
this position.
and what is more troublesome for black, this bishop is extremely,
it's really strong.
extremely strong. And you know what else? How do you unpin? So you cannot move this knight, right? Because of the pawn on f7.
If you play like rook e7, then bishop h6
Exactly,
probably.
you
Yes.
run into bishop h6 because the knight is hanging.
Yes.
And if you play something like queen e7, preparing the knight to move, what happens then?
I mean, you can even move this knight, but let's say what is next, like where it goes, like what is the good square for this knight?
There are no
I'm
good
just
squares,
asking
yeah.
this
There
question.
are no good
Like
squares.
even knight d7, you came, even knight b6, then still what, a4?
I would
Are you
love
going
to.
to
I would love to
F4?
put the knight maybe on d6.
But then
But
you
this is
d5
so-
square is like,
This
I can
is
take d5 square.
So very long.
Yeah, so it's like, what would be the plan of white also in this position? Do I want to play also sometimes f4 and
Yeah,
open up
I would consider queen g3
yes,
and f4.
f4
I
and-
would definitely
yes.
consider it.
and try to open the position and make some threats on the
But
king's side?
this gives actually black some
Mm-hmm.
squares on e5. So there are trade-offs. But maybe not. Maybe we can do it more actively. Maybe we can put the queen on f5.
I like this move because you still keep some threats connected to f7, and at the same time, yes, like maybe trying to.
And now, and now with, to exert the maximum pressure along the f file.
The only problem is that b4 is hanging sometimes. maybe
maybe
we
I'm
should play
blundering in the
a3
process.
first, maybe, but.
The bar actually still loves
I'm
which
sure
is interesting.
somehow I would also.
Because this pawn is really
Yes.
not really doesn't really matter. And for instance,
It's just
if
four,
we
yes.
just go and go
I like it.
trying
Yes,
to
like
crush.
take all the pawns. I just want to do what's in my agenda right now. Like
Yeah,
yes,
pawns are
f4.
not in my agenda. I want to take on on e5, obviously. So you have to. If you play queen c5, then I have rook c1. You don't want that. If you go back, for instance, d6 or d6 is probably a good move.
Yes, it takes some time to understand, like because many decisions have been made by Olga. They were fast decisions. Like she gave up her bishop, which was pinning the knight, because probably she decided to go for this position, thinking that it's fine for black. Like you don't do it otherwise, right? But it takes time to realize that actually perhaps white has an advantage here. But you should really consider all these options, like with f4, and like understand that knights don't have really good squares. So I'm not sure about the last moves of black, like
Yeah,
this
it looks
b5
like,
and
I have a proposition you will love here, I think.
okay. It's queen g6, really nice looking move. Yes,
And the point
threatening
is that
something,
if,
yes?
that I'm actually threatening to, or am I? No, I'm not. I'm threatening to take here.
Because now you
Yeah,
cannot take,
and
you end
cannot
up
take
7,
back, yeah?
yes.
And you kind of overloaded
But I
here.
like queen g6, yes. Threatening f7, that's a nice way to...
So,
Actually, it's very tricky, queen b4. Now if you play queen g6, I can take on b3.
yeah, but
Just
you,
for fun,
you have,
yes.
but you have to
Yes.
protect the pawn.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
maybe queen e7 first. And now queen g6, you have maybe king f8. This is a draw.
Yes,
Right?
we found the repetitions here.
Yeah, but what if we just, we just
You continue, yes,
continue,
putting
yeah,
the
this
rook
pawn
c8
is
is
really
not even
meaningless.
possible. Yes, you took the
Black
file
is-
and everything, yes.
Black is tied up, and you don't have knight d7 because of this. Yeah, it's
Rook c7, and you don't have rook c8. You cannot even fight for the file
right. So
because c8 square is under control.
total domination. Yeah.
Yes, yes, it really, like it didn't feel like this immediately, but more you go into this position and you dig deeper, you understand that it's really hard for black maybe to play it. Yes, because white has very clear plan. Okay, we checked one of the options, like maybe we can come back to the current position and one
But
more
this
time.
is one of the dangers of those positions, because from far ahead, it doesn't look that bad, right?
No, it's
but
not.
when you get there, it's suddenly you kind of understand that, wow, it's almost lost.
Yes.
So
So this bishop f3, this is what is my
yeah,
concern. I'm not
so
sure
let's
what is
see
the
what
mistake of.
happened here. So bishop g5. So far, the bar says it's equalish. Yeah, and
Yeah, so
this
bishop
is,
f3
this
is
is the
like-
concession, right?
Yes, so she played very concrete. She decided to go for this position, definitely thinking that it's fine for black, but otherwise you don't give the bishop like that, right?
Yeah, she obviously put a lot of hopes on this
D4.
move, because it really looks like it solves a lot of problems, right? If you take, then I'm exchanging
Yes,
this
you have
strong
great
bishop,
knight.
and you suddenly it's white who has to try and solve issues, because you have the weak pawn on d3.
Maybe she missed this move c4
I think
here.
c4 was underestimated
By the way,
by
yes,
her.
it's easy to miss it because you think that you can take on b4, right? And that white has no this option. But actually, yes, c4 was a very good idea.
Yeah, and now this pawn, as we said, it's irrelevant, and we have the same position that
The
we
same
just
as we-
analyzed, basically, only with the bishop and the knight on the board, and I think it favors, might even favor white. Yeah.
Yeah, I see also some options with like bishop f6 maybe at one point, but okay, like
we
rook
want.
c1 one or
c1 probably is a good move, unless rook fc1.
rook f1.
No, but I want to keep the rook on the f5. What do you say?
Actually, maybe even rook ac1 is working, because if you take on a2, I can come back. No, I'm not sure, but I'm just thinking that I can come back and take on a8, take on f6.
Yeah.
Like knight c3.
Yeah.
I mean, knight looks
Take.
beautiful there, but maybe it's very concrete,
Take.
and
Take.
I think it's should be really
Crushing,
good
yeah.
for white, because
Definitely
king
crushing.
is so open and exposed, and f4 is coming, and I don't know, maybe not immediately, but
Yeah.
like
This
it's interesting that this knight is on c3, and we consider those knights they're so good, and you just gave 2 pawns, but
then
in fact
all
it's
of a sudden it's
very
game over,
concrete.
yeah.
Yes. You have to play, yes, like
Yeah. So rook c1 and
I don't know. In fact, maybe I'm ready to give this a2 pawn and just go rook c5, rook c1, maybe threaten on b5.
yeah, rook c5.
Rook
is a
c5, I
threat,
think,
yeah?
is
It's
like
a very
a
pleasant
nice,
threat.
nice move to make. I just want to activate my pieces and like put more pressure. So queen d6, you're listening to me, but
Well, you told me what you want.
but and trying to prevent all this.
I didn't just ask what you want. Some intelligence.
Yes. I just wonder, like, about the ending. Like, if I take on f6 now,
Yeah, I have to take. what I
yes,
can.
and I exchange everything, and I bring my rook to c7. Like, is it good enough, or black can hold? Like, or with precise play, maybe black
The
is
bar
still
is
holding.
extremely unimpressed. Yeah.
Yes.
And I
Maybe,
think black
maybe
does
because
have some
counterplay, yes.
counterplay here. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. Like, you can misplay it also easily if you're, again, too concrete. Maybe white just has some waiting moves, protect here, there, and then go for this line.
You know, I find it very tricky in such positions because you feel that your position is so great and you don't want to mess it up, right?
I also like it, yes.
And you kind of, you calculate all those lines and you say, yeah, here I'm better, but is it winning? Is it enough? And I think I can get better than that. I should be able to get better than that. And sometimes if you don't find the continuation, right, you just lose all your advantage, you lose time, and you burn time and you lose your psychological advantage.
Absolutely, yes. So there should be very careful now. It's kind of concrete position, h4.
H4 she played. Huh, interesting.
So she decided to go for a different approach.
We
Yes,
were looking at queen f5
and
here,
f4, yes, but h4.
H4,
Wow.
interesting. What is the point?
Maybe g4, g5.
G4, yeah, G4, G5. Man, actually, with this bishop, it's not that surprising. So, for instance, if you take
Yes,
G4,
Uh-huh.
laugh all you want, but what do you do? I mean, this is a very concrete.
Yes, g6 also. I didn't
concrete
think about
threat.
it. Yes, like g6, g5 and g6. It's scary.
It might
I
be.
mean, if I have black pieces now, I'm not sure that I'll be happy. Yes.
Yeah.
Like, black needs good advice to, like, what to play. Knight d7 right away. But you know, for example, knight d7. Look, if you play knight d7,
just
bishop
take-
b4.
yeah.
Yes, so you don't have
Knight
it.
D7, just
You take on
take
b4 and take
here
on
and
f7.
take
Yes.
queen d7 and take the. Yeah, let's.
No,
show
I'm
it.
just showing what threats.
Black's position is very, very.
So g5 is not only about g6, it's also about this bishop b4. So what, I have to play knight c6 back?
Okay, so if you
For
play
example, g5, take,
and I think it's over, no?
knight d7,
G6.
g6, yes. So just to show it, yes, on the board.
And what do you do?
Like, I have two knights, knight d8 maybe. I'm trying my last.
Yeah, but you know, here I would consider. We have to show it, right?
I like it, yes. Just really calm move.
And so the threat is. I just want to show the threat.
I
the
know what
threat
you
is
mean now. Rook h8.
Rook h8, yes. Check, check,
And
mate,
checkmate,
yeah.
yes, nice.
So of course, if black doesn't have to fall into this.
Yeah, but I like it, yes.
But with the bishop, you kind of understand that actually there is check, yeah. Okay, let's see how we win it, or at least not lose it with white.
No, I like this king g2. Maybe you don't need to go,
Maybe
but
you
maybe
don't
knight
need the king.
d6.
Yeah, you can just go
queen
with queen h5, knight f6, queen
Knight
h3,
Knight f6 still, I think it's the
knight
only
f6,
move.
bishop g5.
So the same threat. I don't know, I thought about some knight d6, but then you take already checkmate, yes, and what else?
Maybe not checkmate. Queen takes and king runs.
Queen takes, yes, queen takes.
But maybe now king g2. So after this, we have this extra tempo. But it feels
so
winning,
yes,
yeah.
it feels really good. Just look at the position, like all pieces, white pieces are attacking the king, pawn is on g6, like
What else?
really
What
unpleasant.
else do you want?
really,
Yes.
really, it doesn't go well. I like this h4 move.
So h4 is
what,
very tricky.
what
What do
black
you do
did?
with black?
Yes.
So you probably don't take on g4, on b4, right?
No, it seems very dangerous. Yes, you don't take. But then what else you can do? We have discussed that.
We have
yes.
to solve the issue of this bishop and of this diagonal somehow. Maybe move the king, but it doesn't help us, right?
I mean, do you want
And
to
if
go
we-
back rook f8 and
Something like that, but we're knight h7.
knight
was played.
h7?
Okay, this makes sense, but this queen h4 is not a threat.
because f7 will be hanging.
Because
So
this will be hanging, yes. What do we do now? But after g4, maybe we do want to take even order.
because there are some ideas
to-
with knight g5.
To
Yes, okay, let's
sacrif-
show
yeah,
it. Yes.
To just
Bishop,
sacrifice, sorry,
maybe
bishop
bishop.
f7,
Uh-huh.
to sacrifice the exchange. But now we're claiming that
Queen
we
g3 I
have
will
some
play.
compensation, but maybe we are wrong to
I'm
claim
trying
that,
to
yeah.
get rid of this queen.
Yeah, and if you play
Because-
f4, then I have nothing to show for my position.
Yes, so maybe
An
something
exchange
like
is
that.
an exchange, after all, yes.
So g4 is still possible, yes. So,
G4
but
is still
then
playable.
what do you want to do? G5, maybe
Yes.
it's still yes, it's still a possibility. I'm just thinking if you are threatening to play g5 or not
I don't
in
know.
this position. It doesn't matter.
Let's-
Yes, it
let's
just
see.
looks nice. Yes,
It's your headache. You have to worry if I'm
absolutely, yes.
threatening or not, right?
this is how you play. You move your pawns and you create all these threats and like okay, good luck
Let the
defending.
opponent
G5
worry, yeah.
or what by black?
G5 or first maybe. I have the luxury of preparing it, yeah?
Yes, king g2 even.
King G2 or Queen F5, G5. What do you do? So if
I mean,
how do we?
if you play g5 with black, it's like a really bad position because you give this f5 square and like
Yeah, if I want to play G5, so it's actually what I was contemplating, is to play something like that, to sacrifice the pawn and then play G5. So for
Yeah.
instance, if I can get something like that,
I think you could
But
even
you
take
played-
on h4 after queen f7. No.
ah,
Yes, like now I took
Yeah,
with the
queen
queen,
h4
not
is very
even
strong.
with
Yeah, queen h4 is very
because you didn't take with bishop, right? So,
okay, so
so I
maybe
like king h8.
so
Yes.
maybe King H8. And
Yes,
the point is that with the bishop you cannot
You cannot take with the
take
bishop.
because of the pin, right? This is game over.
Yes, black is winning, just in case. And here, like if queen f7, there is queen h4, so maybe black wants some time and maybe wants to
But we have still G5.
g5, yes.
Right. The point is that now, especially after King H8, you don't have to. You cannot take because then probably you will end up
Yeah.
getting crushed, or even Bishop F7, Bishop
G6, yes.
Yeah,
Maybe, yes.
doesn't look good.
Oh, what are we missing?
What?
I'm trying to see also
-2?
how. Like I don't see the
We're threatening mate in 1, mate in 2.
two. So like I don't know. Bishop rook is also
How is
hanging.
this
G6.
is something
No,
like that?
G6 here.
Yes?
Yes, and rook G8.
Oh my God! This is
This is beautiful
folks
defense.
how you lose this game with
No,
white.
That's a beautiful defense. Huh?
Wow! And this is.
And same with the bishop.
But this just goes to show you, that without the bar, you calculating and you say, okay, Bishop F7 is winning.
It's
on the
winning,
spot,
yes.
right?
But
Because-
G6, how to
And
find
then
this move?
you suddenly lose it because G6 and what happens if this?
Rook
Then
G8 also, and
yeah?
like
and,
how-
and you open the position for your opponent. And not
Yes,
for
you want to
yourself.
take rook G6 and rook,
This, yeah,
and it's just game over rook G8 after.
unbelievable.
Wow.
Wow, this is
No,
beautiful.
G6 is a really beautiful defense. Like when I see such defense, it's like it's same great as an attack, right?
Yeah,
Like we all
yeah.
were used to enjoy the moments when we checkmate our opponent, but right now I feel like I'm already there. In G6,
It's like a
yes.
counter-attack
Yes.
in soccer, right?
Wow.
You have all your team on your opponent's goal, and then all of a sudden you
It's-
get scored against. Yes.
Terrible. Yes, no. What this is how it's easy to lose like that, right? Because you are calculating, you think
Absolutely.
that it's checkmate, and then move G6, and here we go.
And
Yes.
you probably here, you say, okay, I can play King G2 and it's probably winning, but why not?
Why not
win
just to take on
immediately
F7
with the
and
Bishop F7?
nice. Yeah, so King G2 is obviously better here, and like just bring one more piece into attack. Always a good idea.
What a piece.
Rook H1, yes, and maybe 2 even.
Yeah. So and this is indeed winning because you cannot defend effectively against those threats. Oh, I want to show No, we don't have it.
You spotted something nice.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. Okay, so we have to play. I thought to sacrifice then.
The
So
queen.
what I saw, if it's kind of, but it doesn't work even like that. So it's I didn't say anything.
You don't need to go for
Yeah,
any
we
tricks.
just
Like
we just
you,
go
you keep
here
it
and we
rook
double,
h1.
keep it simple, you know. And black will probably need to play something like that, but we can always triple along the h file probably. Yes.
So, like, I feel that Olga Badelka is in trouble right now, but still it's not over because black also has some small tricks here and there, and her opponent should be really precise in this game.
And again, this g4 move, right? Did she play g4?
No,
She
I
didn't.
think
She played rook c1.
She
Yep.
played rook c1, yes? Mm.
I like his move, actually.
So rook c5 idea as well sometimes.
You bring, as you said, develop pieces, right? Bring another piece to the...
She's using the fact
the
also
game?
that knight b4 is not possible because we discussed it. The f7 will be always hanging. So yes, rook c1, rook c5, and maybe after.
And she says, well, we can keep this position when I have an extra pawn, yeah? I
Why
pick up
not?
on the pawn on d5, on b5. The rook is on the fifth, also putting a lot of, even more pressure, and we keep the same position. Why not?
Yes, it's really art. It's an art to play in both sides.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's always like I'm always was so concentrated on one side. Like I really want to give this checkmate as soon as possible. But it's really nice if you can combine the skills and play a little bit here, play a little bit
The
there.
two-weakness principle,
Yes,
yeah?
it's really nice. Yes, like I like this rook c1 move, and I think it's like white is not losing any advantage, but bring pieces together and just show how great position they have.
Yeah.
Yes, so
And she's playing very skillfully so far. Very, very impressive.
I don't know what is the action right now, so we have to jump once again.
Let's go to Goryachkina and Dzagnidze. Let's
Yes,
see how
our
they
central
went.
game.
Oh, something, a lot of, not many moves, but the position seems to have changed.
So you remember this moment when she played rook d8 and we discussed for a long time rook a1.
Wow.
And you see what happened? Like she
So
felt
she
that it's not enough, maybe.
Late bishop e3.
Yes.
And it feels like a concession because, as we
Yes.
said, yeah, when you have the isolated pawn, you want to
Play actively. Yes.
play actively to put pressure.
Oh no, no. Bishop e3. It's like you say that. Yeah, I didn't find anything. Yeah, I admit that I may lose this pawn, and let's go back. Yes. So you don't do this
But
normally.
let's see, why did she reject this?
You remember because like you need to see this 95 at the end of the line, maybe.
Oh,
not.
yeah, I trust that she did see
Yes.
that. Maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is still not working, right? Because because there is no
An escape room
there is an escape.
for the king.
Yeah, maybe she did miss.
Maybe she didn't see this 95. If you don't see this 95, absolutely brilliant move. Like, please take the knight, yes. But if you don't see this move, or even if you see it and you start calculating more
Yeah.
and you don't understand like how are you going to win
So
even
for
after.
instance, something like that,
Yes.
then you say, okay, but I have nothing. Yeah.
Yes, like why did I give the pawn? And also black has two bishops now, e5 is coming. Yes, so you have to be very concrete. This is what I felt. Like maybe she will not play this rook
agree.
d1.
And if not, then.
If not, black,
But you see, you spotted rook d1 in 5 seconds.
it's easy if when it's not your pieces. Huh?
Yeah, it's very easy.
I'm sure she saw it too. Of course, she saw this
Obviously,
move.
of
The
course.
problem is like you don't like you are very attached to this isolated pawn. You know you don't want to give it so easily. Like you really you check many times, and you want to make sure that the moment you gave up this pawn, at least you have something instead. And yeah, this 95. Believe me, if you wouldn't find it, I
Yeah,
would
of
also
course.
give up long time
And
ago.
you don't necessarily even look for it because it's very, we have the luxury, to move the
Absolutely.
pieces, to get here, to see the bar that it says that white is better, yeah,
Yes.
and then okay, then the opportunity presents itself, right?
Yes,
Here you say,
95.
okay, if white is better here, then there must be something concrete,
Yes,
right?
exactly. So you just look for the options, and yes, this 95 move is like so brilliant, and yeah, you have to see all this 95, rook d5, queen d5, and wow.
This goes for you guys at home, you know, when you see how can they make those mistakes, those grandmasters that cannot play, yeah, because it's hard. Nobody tells you, okay,
This
you will have something here. You
Yeah.
might have an intuition, right? She probably feels that there must be something, but it's tricky to find that. So.
Yeah, I remember, for example, like, you know, I've done so many interviews with top players, and I remember asking many times how you find, like, why did you make this move? Like, did you see the concrete line? Like, and she was like, just it felt right. It's like many times I was like really admiring the fact that she like really just knew like where to put the pieces and what to do, because like, and there was the really concrete line. Like, if you don't see it normally, you don't go for it. But she was like, just. There was no other option. Like, this is how you have to play. You need to play. And I'm like, wow, that's a great. I'm always trying, you know, to see it until the end. And if you don't, like, I reject the option. But some players of such a high level, they simply understand that that's a move you have to make in some position. I don't say always,
But I'm not sure. But yeah, but here it's probably not one of those positions, because if you give up the central pawn,
yes,
and
like
you cannot just give
no,
it up.
You need to see
know,
95. You need to see
on
95.
feeling.
Again, you may see it later, but your intuition has to be so deep, you know.
Yeah.
Like normally you have to find it
And
over
she
the
spent
board.
a lot of time here.
She did,
also.
she did,
So
right?
She probably didn't find the
Yes,
and
Not easy.
very understandable, not easy at all.
not easy, no.
But after bishop e3, now the fortunes change a little bit, right?
Yes.
Because now you didn't have the time to bring your rook, and now the rook is kind of
Also,
trapped.
very typical idea in these structures, in these positions, is to play a3 move and to prevent this jump of the knight to b4. So it seems white also didn't do it, and now black will comfortably land his knight on d5, right in the center. Like, not immediately, but maybe later. And this is normally what white is hoping, or black is hoping to do in such kind of structures. Yes, and you're right. I would prefer this rook to be on c1 or d1. Like, no,
Obviously,
it doesn't look
this
great.
is one tempo, right? One tempo, and then you don't.
You're
and
not
it's-
on time.
It's a totally different position now. And now I like how Nana is playing it, because she doesn't need to hurry to put her knight on d5. Wait for
course.
a3, right? I have
Exactly.
all the time, because you're paralyzed with you cannot move bring the queen to c2. And she brings the bishop to an active diagonal. And now you see, we wasted 2 tempi.
Yes, and
And
black actually gained.
black
Bishop
has
is already
so
on
much.
c6, right? And we discussed it before that it's important to find a way what to do with this bishop, how to develop it, and now it's like perfect position for the bishop. Wow. Like,
Let's compare this position to this position, right? White, nothing changed for white. The
No.
bishop just went to a worse place.
yes,
And black is all of a sudden has 2 pieces in the game. Again, attacking the knight on f3, we want to capture
in
the
pressure.
pawn, right, and to ruin the defense.
yeah. I have a really feeling that yeah, I mean, white misplayed,
So
but
bishop
this was
e3,
his critical moment.
It was
yes.
a very critical moment. But now, she says, okay, nothing major happened, so I had to give up my bishop, and I like this choice by black. It's interesting.
She didn't take with the
take
bishop
with the
because knight was hanging.
Because the bishop.
Yes, yes,
so
the knight
this
was
is why I
hanging.
like
So
this.
I think it's just the only option, but still not a bad one, because maybe f5 will be played later. I don't know, not now, but.
Yeah. So with the dark square bishop, this weakening of the king is not that horrible, right? It's not that dangerous, because
You always
having played,
yeah.
you can always play f5, and you have all the squares under control there.
Exactly, yes. So
And but black is not in a hurry to do that. So rook c8.
maybe creating some threats with knight c2 even sometimes,
I would
not
love
immediately.
to go into an endgame now, right? So I want to exchange the bishops and play bishop something like queen c4, for instance. And
Yeah, black solved all the problems clearly,
you
and
don't have this probably. Do you?
you take only.
I take on e4. You will have to take with the rook because this.
You cannot queen c1. Maybe
is
that's why
game
she played
over.
rook c8.
I think so.
Yes.
I think so, and I believe.
So if you take with the rook,
I believe the idea is to play queen
c4.
c4. It would be very for me. It would be very unpleasant to face with white.
yeah.
Because
yeah, I
now this weakness is forever unimportant already, and now you're stuck with this classical.
Classic, yes, and I don't think it's this kind of endings we discussed at the beginning that you can hold easily.
It's
not
easily
at all
holdable at
yes.
all because
Yes.
black will put a lot of pressure on the d file. She will double on the d file on
Bishop,
the
put the
d
bishop.
file. The bishop will come to f6 or maybe will go from here.
Yeah. Well, we will keep an eye on this game as well as on the others now that we take a break, and see you on the other side of the break.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everyone, and let's keep following together round one of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix event in Cyprus here in Nicosia. And we stopped with you, Alik, watching the game between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Nana Dzagnidze. Let's see what happened.
It's actually what happened is what we predicted.
What you predicted. You said that she's going to exchange those queens.
That's
and
exactly
this is
what happened. Rook d1. We exchanged the bishops. We exchanged the queens, and now it's a two-result game.
Exactly,
yes?
classical situation.
So white has to now again. The computer, you see the bar. The computer says black is slightly better, very slightly, but from a human perspective, it's very clear who you would rather play here, right?
Black or white, yes.
Yes.
For sure it's black. Yeah, and it's probably not so comfortable to defend also this with white, even though maybe you understand that maybe you are slightly worse and you have good chances to make a draw. But just to keep defending, it's always unpleasant, especially that you had white pieces, you had high hopes, and suddenly black just exchanged everything, and here we go. Yeah. Try to defend this position, isolated pawn. So, but what would be the options?
You know, I would consider my first reaction would be to try and see if I can solve it immediately with the with this blunder, obviously, as we can see. No, but my idea would be, yeah, okay. So the problem is here that just rook d5 is just game over. But if so my thought would be if I manage to force black to play to take with the pawn somehow, right, and then come back, this would be holdable, right? This would even might be slightly better for white because I will win back this pawn, and then I will be.
You have black still has some problems, yes, with
the upper hand, but of course it doesn't work like that because the knight moves, and then I can either take with the rook or with the knight, and this is just. This is just lost.
So d5 is not possible here, which means you have to just calm down and try to do something. Yes, and understand actually what black wants in this position as well. If black wants to,
is e5 a threat?
I'm thinking it e5
or
f5.
F5
like, would you like to attack this pawn with knight later or? Like knight c6, I mean, or
I
you
would
want
like
to
to
block
attack
this
with
knight.
all my pieces.
Yes,
I have
like
a
f5, bishop f6, yes, something like that. Yes, so it's like also white has to find a way and to be tricky.
How do we place our pieces? Yes.
Yes, so like at the moment you play f5, maybe now I will have d5 at certain point. Like, can I move this rook on e4? I don't know. It makes me a little bit nervous. Can I move it anywhere?
Yeah, well, maybe we can move it to
just
e2.
Let's say if I try to move it.
As you said, no panic.
Yes, just. Calmly.
And once we play rook d2, we might consider playing d5, right? And then we definitely want to play d5 and exchange everything. The problem is that nobody's letting us do that.
For the moment, no. Yes. So if I play very straightforward and like play f5 here, for example, can you just even play d5 right now, as well? Thinking that bishop is on e7
this was my plan,
original
idea, right? To play d5 and even sacrifice. So, for instance, if we don't even sacrifice here because the bishop is hanging, right?
The funny thing, we have to calculate until the end because this rook c1, rook e1. I just made sure that everything is fine, right?
Yes, yes, beautiful.
But we have to be sure. But yes, knight e1, yes, knight e1. White is doing well, yes, but just.
But white is not winning for some reason. The bar says.
I don't know what. What again we missed?
Oh my God!
Take, and what king f8?
This is a draw.
I cannot believe it. No, and what d4, d3?
This f6, right? Yes. You will have to go here and then d4, d3.
Wow.
But
can we even survive with white here?
No, d3, rook d2, rook d1. Oh my God.
Okay, it's really hard to find.
Oh my God.
Cannot believe it.
I stopped my calculation here, I think.
Yes. Okay, black is not obliged to do all this, let's say, and not allow d5 for... but let's say f5 is not obligatory move.
Yeah.
But still, like, even...
Wow.
even the fact, what a beautiful line, right? I mean,
Absolutely. The
that's
depth,
why I said till the end, till
the
the end.
depth of chess is unbelievable. Yeah,
Yes. Wow.
indeed. Okay, so f5 we don't need. If the rook has moved, we don't really need f5 anymore. But how do we proceed?
I mean, I have
Maybe
one
knight
idea,
d5
like
maybe?
d5. Yes, I thought about it. Just to exchange these knights, block the pawn, and then play like very slowly. You know, find a way. Maybe I want to put my bishop on b6 even. You
Yeah.
know, without.
That's how you don't win immediately, right? You want to keep the pressure and keep it all the time, right?
Yes.
That's,
Is it enough? Let's say if I place my pieces in the best squares, and then maybe at one point push e5. I don't know if it's enough, but like again, I don't want to play f5 because I don't want to give these squares. But maybe it's still possible. Yes. King e2. Yes.
Maybe we want to play b5 with black.
Maybe-
And then we would need to, ideally, of course, if we had the pawn on
Okay,
here.
now I see even
we would
bishop
start
a5 and
pushing
rook
it.
c2 maybe is like.
Ah,
But okay, it's just concrete position. But I mean,
but
maybe.
maybe you don't have
Ah.
it. So if I can exchange one pair of rooks, I will be very
Tricky
happy.
move, king
If I
d3.
can exchange two pairs of rooks, I'm more than happy.
That's
so.
really tricky, yes. Tricky move. Yes, so maybe not so fast, yes.
Yeah, so black needs to play maybe even, you know, more carefully to go to bring the rook to d7,
I would
b5.
play b5 immediately. So now
Maybe
that
b5.
king e2, bishop a5 I have.
b2, bishop
Because king
a5, just
d3.
like you wanted.
Now you cannot play king d3. I protected my rook.
But somehow the bar is still not very,
Very happy.
impressed with you.
Yeah. What to do?
So this is winning, right?
Yes,
This is,
okay,
this
rook
is
c2, yes.
very good. So we have to what? We have to
b3.
resort to b3.
Oh my gosh.
You go
Always something, right?
back, and then
And
I
then
can
rook b2.
play something like
Yes.
that. But this is a concession,
Yes.
right? So if the bishop goes to c3, maybe
No, it's not possible.
you're-
Rook c2. I mean, or before.
Before, but then knight
Yes.
d2 or something.
Yes, it's still unclear. Yes, it's going to be a long fight.
It's gonna be yeah.
Goryachkina will not give up easily for sure. She
I
will.
think we will spend the evening with
Yes,
this game. Yes.
this game, yes, because for sure Anana will also not will try
Oh,
all her
g4.
best.
Actually, I wanted. Wow, I
Wow.
wanted to suggest this move to prevent black from playing f5,
Yes,
and
And
I
it's
wasn't
very
sure if I want to do that or not. But maybe it's good that I didn't suggest because the bar doesn't like it so much. So I didn't want to suggest this move. But actually, it makes a lot of sense, right? You want to keep the rook on e4, and you prevent f5.
yes, you don't want like rook e2 is a little bit more passive, of course, and g4 is like more active defense, and yeah, you made sure that you don't like f5 on the board.
The problem is that, as we established, the pawns never move back.
Yes, of course you weakened some squares, but maybe you can afford it here at this moment. Will you change your strategy? Will you decide not to play d5, knight d5?
No, I
No,
think
we
I
still-
still want to do that. And now, actually, you know, what might happen is that it will make easier on me to create another weakness for you.
Because the main
Because now
idea,
you might need to keep the rook on the second rank anyway. Because now there are also tactics with e5 because the rook
course.
is hanging, right? And this g4 pawn might become weak.
I also think that maybe I'm wrong, but maybe sometimes you can play f5 now and get rid of these double pawns. And I mean, like rook e2, maybe like f5, maybe I don't know.
Something like that.
Yes,
yeah?
and
take
let's say
with the
then
rook.
you have also very good pawn structure, better pawn structure than your opponent. You
Yeah.
have like 2 islands and your opponent has 4. So any ending will be better. And then you just keep playing. And so g4 is
I'm
like,
not sure. I'm not sure about this move. The more I think about it, I'm less convinced that this is such a great idea to play g4.
Can black just, I know, knight is on before still, yes. I mean, I thought,
This is the current position.
So yes, knight d5. It seems like white has to exchange the knights, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much like you don't play knight e2 with this knight on d5. No. So you have to
Especially
exchange,
after having played g4, right?
Yes, you don't do this, no. So it's more or less forced line, the one we were checking. So Nana is just kind of considering what can be the other options, like if not knight d5, if I don't know if you can afford
It's hard to
keeping the
improve
knight.
the other pieces because they're very much on the best positions. And with the king, so the only piece I would think about improving here is the king. Well, actually, yeah, you can make an argument for a rook d7 move, right? To move the knight here, to bishop here, or to protect it in case there are moves like d5.
Yeah. I was thinking about g5 move, but I think it's too much. Yes, no.
Yeah, g5.
No, it's like, no, you don't do this.
I would be happy with black. Okay, so
Playable position, yes, and
playable,
they will
but
spend a lot
more
of time.
playable. And then she played knight
She
d5.
played knight d5,
Yeah,
it's
so
very logical move.
more
yes.
playable for black. I think we might end up with this being the move that will cause a lot of pain for white down the road, but we'll see. And
For sure, Nana will keep trying. Will keep trying
Yeah.
for a long time. Yes, so
let's go to Zhu against Badelka game because there have been
many developments.
many developments and kind of in line with what we said would be. So after h4, she didn't play g4. She played rook c1, as we said, and now, Zhu Jiner, she plays very, I would say, simple chess, right? But very effective.
Yeah, and again, you
Right?
see on both
Protecting
sides. Like
on
she plays
both
rook
sides,
c1, then queen g3.
Threatening queen g3, threatening
combining
here,
threats.
threatening adding another attack to e5. Now the rook comes, and again attacking both pawns, and you cannot protect the pawn on b5. And after rook a6, black wants to go to g6. I love this.
Yes,
h5,
h5, just
right?
to make sure
Just to
that
make
nobody
sure
goes
anywhere,
anywhere.
right?
No. Yes. I don't know if knight f6, yes, is an
Knight
option.
f6 was played. Queen h3. Right, now we're protecting. The bar dropped here, we have to admit, right? So the bar thinks actually that h5 is a little bit of a concession.
What else could be there?
Probably the computer probably just takes, no?
Yeah. Rook g6, I don't know.
And we go.
Queen h3. Actually, yes, queen h3 with the
Queen
same
h3
idea,
now,
like
yeah.
h5.
Same idea, and we have it with the tempo, and you cannot play knight f6 because
h5 locks your rook.
And you keep playing the same position, but having an extra pawn, right? You can even push there, and you know,
forget about the king. And
if I'm
start.
black here, right,
Yes.
and you see something like along the lines like a a4 move, it really gets all your energy out of
You are
of you, right?
frustrated,
Because
yes, if you see something like that, yes. So yeah, maybe h5, like maybe rook g6 was not really a threat, like she could just keep doing what she wanted, right? But again, tempting move.
h5 is very
also
tempting, right?
want to
And
prevent
you want
any
to
play.
prevent anything. And again, I mean, this is also completely winning, right, for white, as it looks. So here, the bar drops drastically, but what to do?
She
You
took on
cannot-
b5, yes?
Yeah, but white just took on b5. Like this, but if you have to make a move like that, you understand that you're doomed. So.
Yes, it's not really pleasant, yes. I don't know.
And white has all f4, and just you know, you're completely tied up. So, but okay, but we need to fight, right? How do we fight? I like it this move because maybe we can try to
Knight f4, maybe, yes. and
Maybe knight
exchange
f4,
at least the bishop.
something.
But again, you're creating more problems like weaknesses, right? f4 and d4 becomes like really. Yes. So let's look at the clock. What's happening?
the clock. Yes,
the
so
screen.
black has only 9 minutes left in this position.
How many
for
moves?
20, so we have 25 moves made.
So 15 moves,
15
9
moves
minutes.
left for 9 minutes. It's also, it doesn't add to your optimism here as
Not
black at all,
really.
right?
Even though you have 30 seconds increment per move, it's not really helpful, especially that if you need to defend such difficult positions. But obviously you have to try to play faster. 96 and white took the pawn on b5.
Yes. So
And e5 pawn is hanging. By the way,
why
we
not
couldn't take
take?
yes,
Yes, let's see. I think the threat, the idea was knight g5.
yes, and if you take on e7, it's rook
It's
knight
check,
h-
which is important, right? And then you're just an exchange up.
Yes, and if you take on g5,
And if you take on
With rook.
g5 with the rook, and
like
now
h6.
h6 or bishop g5?
Yes, I'm not sure. Yes, I like both. But probably don't need it, but bishop g5, yes, and you threaten to play h6.
Threat,
yes,
h6 is a
and
very
you pin
nasty
the
threat,
knight.
yeah?
Like, how, I mean, it doesn't look so bad, right? Because you have this rook
No,
on
it's
a6, but it's,
It looks, and the computer loves it, but
Yes,
I
but
would
I'm not
feel that
sure.
I'm taking unnecessary risks maybe with white. Because from a game with, you know, when I have all the advantages and I'm pushing, all of a sudden I created a situation that if I don't win, then I'm an exchange down and I might even,
exchange for how many pawns?
but there are many pawns,
Yes.
right? And it can get even more around,
Oh.
so
Nice. I thought that white will play queen h4, avoiding this.
maybe.
Yeah, but you see, but maybe it's
Queen
knight-
h4, I didn't
knight-
see, if I saw queen
Because
h4.
queen g4, we have nice move bishop f6.
Bishop f6, yeah.
I just checked it because if
we
you
need
don't want
that,
to
yeah.
exchange queens when you are trying to attack your opponent, but maybe knight g8. Or,
Yes,
or
okay,
knight
queen h4 I prefer also.
trying-
But we have only 2 pawns,
yes,
right?
2 pawns. Yes. No, yes, it's not that.
So practically, again, the bar says we're winning, but practically I'm not sure.
Me too. I'm not sure.
I
I
want to go
wouldn't do
here,
it to
yeah?
myself. Yes, that's why she didn't take on e5. She preferred to take on b5, maybe hoping that even later she can do it. So what? Black played knight f4.
No, she didn't play yet, but let's consider it for a
Yes.
second, right? Because this is
There are
important.
not so many options.
I
yes.
think we have to take. What do we do here?
I just
Do we
kind
pull?
of see that those pawns are.
Just start picking them up.
Yes, maybe you can just queen f5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Start
Queen
picking
f5,
them up. And queen c7, e5 is a threat because
Rook
this is
c5.
hanging. I mean,
Yes.
you're an extra pawn and you will win another 1 or 2 soon.
Yeah, it looks really good for
And
white.
on top of that, black doesn't have much time left.
So like knight f4 is not really solving the troubles, even though you exchange one pair of one bishop, but still it's not helping that much. Like what else?
Olga played rook c6.
Rook c6, trying to at least get control
Trying
over
to do
c.
something. Maybe rook c3. I would consider something drastic here, you
Yes,
know,
like-
to change completely the structure of the position. Even, well, I know that I'm lost here,
Yes.
right? So, for instance, I would say, okay, I like rook c6. I think rook c3 is the plan. So I say, okay, I'm lost. Let's sacrifice the exchange. I cannot lose this game twice, right? So,
Cannot be worse.
but then if I sacrifice the rook on c3, I would have some jumps with my knight. Maybe that's my best chance.
So what if I play now rook e5? Like I took one more pawn.
You're so greedy.
Yes, I'm sometimes. Not sometimes I want to give everything, but this is a position where I think
want
that
to
maybe
take
I
everything.
take. Yes, I can take now. I'm not so greedy. I will give an exchange later. Yes, probably after knight g5. Yes,
Okay,
knight
so
g5 is the
this-
only move. Yes, and
So you
yes, so
take.
I have to take. Yes, so it's the same position,
Same,
but
but
basically
you have now 3 pawns.
3 pawns. Yes. So is it so different from what
What
happened
did she
before?
play? What happened? They played some moves. Queen f5.
Queen f5. Yes,
Oh, she wants to just take on e5 without sacrificing.
it's very smart.
Can
yes.
you blame her?
No, I cannot. Yes, like
And the
it's very
problem, you
smart.
cannot defend here because it's rook b7, right?
Yes.
So what do you do?
So maybe she just wants to say that like you don't basically have any options here. So if rook c3, you move. I will
Rook
just
c3, you will take,
take
and then take with the queen,
with
yeah?
the queen. Yes, making sure that there is no knight d4. No.
Look, we blunder something.
Good.
Ah, well, that's what I wanted. I wanted counterplay.
Yeah, good feeling about this rook c3. Like at least to
wanted
have some
Something,
options.
just
yes, like
something, yeah.
Maybe your
that's,
opponent
that's
will
what I
miss
That's what I
something.
need here, because I want to give you, because look, for instance, here, you know, all of a sudden, I'm starting to,
Wow.
and psychologically, it's very difficult to play for white, because you, for 1 second you have it all under control, and then you kind of, it's a chaos. You're winning, but it's a chaos. So
Absolutely, yes. I agree. Like it's a very, very good trick, which Alik just described. Like when you are completely lost, at least try to change the painting of the position. Like try to do something. You know, maybe it's really bad and obviously lost, but at least you know some chances, and you maybe even you will feel better about this game because you tried it all and you were creative. Like this rook c3 is a very creative idea, given some space for your knights and some tricky jumps. You know, knights can be very tricky, but they need some space, some squares to jump. Here, there are no. Yeah, so
and that's how, by the way, that's how Nepo and Naka, they escape, right?
how
They
they-
muddy the waters, and then they start, and then, yes, you are winning, but now you have to prove it. It's not just like winning with your hand, right?
yes, yes, yes. Now you have to be concrete. The point is, am I obliged to take on c3?
No,
on
probably
c3?
not.
Let's
Probably
have a look. Like
Probably
rook
not.
c3. Yeah, you created this threat. You want to
But
take
it
on
will
d3.
be a moral win for me if you
I
don't.
agree. I agree. But maybe I would stay away from this rook. You know, just take on d5. But then you take on d3. Like I'm just thinking
Okay,
that
yeah,
if
so
I have
you
a better
take,
option.
then all of a sudden, you know, I might start. I'm getting some counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, like I was thinking about like bishop e6, so like you have to take with the pawn after that. But yeah, I don't see the next moves. Like what else
Yeah,
I'm
and
doing
this
after.
one is,
Don't want
is
to do.
hanging, yeah. So
Bishop is hanging as well. Yes.
so we need to.
Like what?
And
Bishop
if,
c1.
if you have to play bishop c1, you kind of say, okay,
Like you, it's a like small victory for black.
yeah.
This is what you're trying to say. But maybe this rook is a little bit stuck. No.
I will sacrifice it. I don't care anymore. You know.
Wow.
I already committed my rook to.
It's crazy to play with someone who is like ready to
doesn't
make
care, yeah.
suicide any moment because like it doesn't matter.
Oh, but okay. So I can start maybe winning back some pawns even already. You know.
Yeah, I
Really?
see. It's like
It's a game. I'm not saying black is good because black is not good, still losing, right?
yeah, but I don't see the direct way. Yes.
And but okay, let's see if we can still take. What happened?
If we can take yes,
Ah,
it
yes,
was
yes.
here. Yes, so
If we can take here. And now, so queen e5 is a blunder probably, yeah.
so what
But
about
maybe
rook
we can-
e5?
Maybe we can just
Take with the bishop.
eliminate this knight.
So what you have to take with the pawn? Because if you take with the queen, I will.
Queen, I will just exchange.
Yes, I'll
right?
exchange
then
and
we'll
b7. Take on b7.
win. And if we take with the pawn, then yeah, then it's without the knight on f4.
Yes, it's a little bit different
There
story.
goes my my counterplay. And now
Knight
you just
g4.
go back to g3, and then that's it. Yeah, well, but at least
But
I
you
will come
tried.
back home and I say, oh, yeah, sacrificed in exchange.
I don't know. Can you still continue queen d7, something like, just or not really? Yes. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Try and yes.
So too much material. And what she
Like
did
e5.
play
Yes, I
something.
thought
She
about
played.
e5, but yeah.
She played knight d8. Yeah, knight d8. You know, so.
She
rooks-
protected
c1.
b7 and e5 was the same move, like
Okay,
two pawns.
yeah.
Yes, she
So
protected
she-
e5. Yes.
It's actually a nice move. And rook c1.
Rook c1.
I
Try.
also like it, this
Yes,
move
she's-
because the rook on c6 is such a key defender here. It kind of holds so many squares. And
She
now-
doesn't like the idea that your opponent that she had the c file. Yes, so let's exchange the
Yeah.
active rook, and
then-
all the other pieces are not so active in black's camp.
Oh, yeah, and on top of that, we have an extra pawn already with white. So
So every exchange is good for us. Basically, moves us forward. 96 or what?
96,
but we've
yeah,
been
but
there, right?
We might
You just start
push, yeah?
pushing, yes. Or bishop d2, I don't know, like anything. Like, yes, what are the next moves of black here? Like, it's really hard to find.
Not so easy, yeah.
Not so easy at all to just even to find a move. Like, I mean, it's white to play, right? Like
Yeah.
a4, but I don't know, knight before, have you checked everything?
Night before
Bishop
rook
a3.
bishop a3,
A3, yes,
sorry.
exactly. So it's not even possible.
And this is... I don't want to play this position with black.
Yeah, no time also, yes. So the only thing Jiner has to do, she just needs to stay calm and not to start making mistakes in the time trouble of her opponent. You know, sometimes it puts extra pressure on you when your opponent doesn't have time or very little amount of time. You are start playing not according to the position, but like maybe a little bit tricky in order to use this advantage. But okay, girls are very experienced and they know that it's not,
one of the
you
bigger,
don't do this. Yes.
one of the bigger mistakes to do that.
Yes,
of
you
course.
have to stay calm and play according to what's happening on the board. And it's not bad what is happening for white right now.
Absolutely, and so far she's playing extremely, you know, extremely logical, extremely procedural, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Any other games where we have time trouble? Because I think the time control is...
yeah, okay, so we have here, we have Stavroula has only 4 minutes left.
But
they made 31 moves already.
Still 9 moves to go.
Yeah. And what happened here? So here we left the game in this position after knight f3. Black played bishop d7. She solved the issue of b5, knight a5.
Very nice
Very
move,
nicely,
like
yes.
b5, knight a5, rook b6 probably will be, or
So
something like that will be played. And
she's protecting the pawn on c6, rook f1, and now b5.
I think white should bring the queen at one point back to the game. Yes, yes,
not
like
to lose it.
Yes, it's
But
like
now, as we say, yeah, it's in the same lines as we thought. Rook d7. Queen goes back as you asked, right? The queen will be fantastically placed on c3,
Exactly.
right? Because it will eye both those both pawns, and you don't want to play b4 with black because then you give up too many squares for the knights. And this is some maneuvers. Knight exchange. Interesting. So this is probably to white's advantage.
I think it's not a bad idea because like you needed space for the knights. Once this knight was kicked out from c4, like it will look fine on f3.
They were
yes, like
contending for the same squares,
yes.
yeah. So this is good. Of course, we don't exchange this bishop.
That's
very
that's important
right?
point. Yes, like yes.
This one, this is our main trump here, right?
Exactly. Like you keep this bishop because it's more active.
It's more active, and we are going to attack those pawns, and we want to make sure that this one is busy defending them, and then we'll keep the initiative. So it's very important not to exchange that.
Actually, this game is about exchanges. Yes, right exchanges. Now white carefully exchange those knights now, and then refuse to exchange the bishops. And it's important skill, let's say, to understand quite quickly, especially if you play blitz, like which piece is good, which is not good. Yes, like it's. I don't want to say that I was a big expert on this, but I keep asking this question. If you notice, Alik, from time to time, like which piece we keep here, which one, because it's like one of the main ideas, right?
That's a great question to ask. That's the main question we should ask ourselves, because that's the key to the position.
Yes, and activity of the pieces is like one of also of the keys of estimation of the position. Once you have a better piece, it's like it gives you certain advantage. And okay, we'll keep talking about it over the days, but yeah, here not so much time left for Stavroula. She has to make some decisions. One more exchange. One pair of rook left the board.
And we want to keep the other rook, I think. We don't
Alive,
want to
yes.
exchange. Yeah, we don't want to exchange the other pair. But I would love to solve the issue of the first round.
Yes,
right?
like h3 or g3, like some no, better h3, I think.
Or maybe even king g1 for now, because
Yeah. Look at the clock, like 4 minutes for
4 minutes
Stavroula.
for 6 moves. But it's not that
Not
bad
that
for not that
difficult.
hard because she's in the driver's seat, right?
By the way, I see the threat, like knight f3 maybe is the
Knight
threat.
f3 is
Yes,
a
it's
threat, I
and
think.
what to do? Like bishop cannot be everywhere on f6,
So
and
maybe we should
it's
prevent,
the only move.
yeah?
Yes.
We should prevent, but then. But what do we do on this?
Yes, like what do you do? Bishop
Like you
b2.
wanted h3.
You don't go to e2
To
because
e2,
it's rook e1.
you might not come back from
Yes,
there. Yes,
that's a
This
problem.
is
Like bishop
a
h5.
one-way street.
I don't know, bishop h5. Let's play it like just for fun. Bishop h5, like g4. I mean, is it like so bad? Queen
No,
e6.
the computer
Maybe.
says it's draw.
That's what I mean. I have feeling there is something, but I don't know what. This is like intuition
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is.
Look at this king. Yes. Remember I
all of a
told you
sudden, yeah, with the
with this queen
stuck
outside.
outside, yeah,
So black
So
got
if we
some
take,
ideas.
we lose. Oh, because sorry.
Yes.
sorry,
Rook is
sorry, we
hanging
don't
right
take.
now.
So
Knight f1. I
knight
don't know.
f1, knight h2, we still lose.
Oh, you will lose. Wow.
How do we lose it?
Maybe like take on h3
Oh.
or no. First we take, yes, and this.
Check and
Check.
check, and we collect everything.
Oh, nice.
But is it losing? The computer says it's losing. But
Yes,
why?
let's trust it.
Yeah, we have to trust it.
Yeah.
But
No, but you also
Wow.
take on h5 and like, and maybe somewhere c4 will be played, you know? Maybe
Yeah.
maybe some checks, and when the king is
so
on
queen
g1,
g5.
I can play even c4.
If you go here,
I
then
don't know.
c4. Yeah.
Maybe something like that. I don't know, d4. Yes, maybe. And you don't have d4 because
The bar disagrees with us.
Yes.
So how is
How
it so
do-
winning? It's not a small edge.
yes, I agree. But
So if we check, let's say we check, right? If you go here,
Mm-hmm. No,
then
it's not good,
obviously
bishop
we have
A1.
bishop
H4.
H4. If here, then we have check, and probably the bishop will come.
yes, and also bishop g5. Yes, if you go to d2, so
Yeah, so this is winning.
Unfortunate,
This,
yes.
this I understand why it's winning. But what happens if we...
king f2. Yes,
Okay, let's see. King f2, bishop here.
yes, and where to
here we
go?
can just maybe even something like
G3
that.
and no, e1 is protected.
Something like that, and mate.
Yes, nice.
Okay, this is how we lose with white.
Yeah, but this is what I wanted to say, that at the moment I spotted this g4 move, I thought that maybe still it's possible to do something, because again, I cannot count everything until the end, but I see this lonely
Yeah.
king, I see all the pieces on the other side, and like maybe there is something. Yes, again, we don't play chess
It's a
like that.
pattern that you learned,
It-
right?
Then you have to calculate, guys. You know, you don't do it just because your intuition says there is something. No, then you have to really
It's like, you know,
ask
in all
Alik
those,
to help you.
in all those financial columns and YouTubers, they say, you know, disclaimer, it's not an advice, do your own
Yes,
research, right? So this
exactly,
is a
yes.
disclaimer here. Right?
Yes, so you can kind of see the pattern, you can understand that something is happening here, but then, of course, you don't give the pieces left and right like that. You have to really make sure that it's working, that there are some lines which gives you this advantage.
Yeah, but the feeling, you're right, the intuition really says that after this...
By the way,
you-
the point that I brought the rook on e1 is important, because in many lines it's queen h4. You don't play bishop h5 immediately, you first
You're forced
To
the rook
E2.
to you1.
maybe.
Great.
It's very funny, yes. But
But
again,
this is still winning, actually. So yeah,
you-
so
you
the
don't
bar
go for
says
this.
the bar says that we should
just
be winning
don't
here.
maybe play g4.
Just not
Yes,
play
maybe
g4.
something else.
It can be tempting, right? So
Like what else?
interesting. So we need to basically we caught the bishop.
Yes, maybe knight f1.
Quite a fun, yeah.
First, yes, knight f1.
Knight
Just
f1
make
looks
sure
good,
that
yeah.
everybody will come back, because like what you play
Because
g5.
these are still tied, right?
Yes.
If we don't play g4, we're good.
But imagine to play knight f1 in when you can play g4. Yes.
Knight, bishop e2, knight g3, yes?
Yes.
Or we
No, I have to play g5. I think now. To
g5.
yeah, I don't. I
Wow.
mean, it's horrible. I know what you mean. Like
But now I think g4 because
Yes.
if you block, but I'm not sure.
yeah, I think
still,
it's just
still not clear. But now I can keep
You-
everything
yes.
here. Yeah.
it's different. So like you brought a piece for defense, yes, and also like. Okay, again, I'm not losing the bishop now. I can move my bishop,
Yeah, but
the
you're
position
losing
is
the
not
position
good.
probably,
Yes,
yeah.
position is not good. Yes, you don't do this to yourself. Yes. So yeah, but knight
okay,
f1.
but it's interesting because. So what was?
Yes, you
Oh.
proposed the move bishop g4 in order to prevent knight f3.
Yeah, and
And,
instead, and Elisabeth played.
What did she play? Rook
She played
f5.
rook e8. I'm not a fan of this move too much, but
But she's
Really?
trying to protect. Yes. So what will be after knight f3? Maybe there is something. Maybe bishop.
maybe
g4.
now she wants to play bishop g4. Yeah.
Maybe yes. So can I take on e5? Not really.
Not
yes.
with the knight.
Not
Yeah.
with the knight because
With the
bishop
knight
f6.
because we are trapped.
By the way, maybe not with the queen either because rook is on a1.
Ah, yes.
Look at this.
Beautiful.
Yes.
d4 again.
We have
But
to
you
check it.
take.
Yes. You have to
Ah,
check it.
this is
Yes,
interesting
it's-
actually.
it's
d4.
take.
If you take, I threaten
Yes.
the bishop. So this is game over. Wow.
No, wait a second.
No?
Bishop g7 or bishop somewhere h8.
Bishop h8. and
The
you
idea
want to
is
push
d3, yes, but maybe it's too much. And something like rook e4. I don't think it works, just for fun. Yeah,
That's
I mean,
your idea of fun. Wow.
yes. While we are here, definitely.
This is nice.
Yes. No, but
Yeah,
it's too
but
much,
this is
too much, guys. I'm just kidding. Yes.
Don't try it at
doesn't
home,
work.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't have to take on d4, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can take here, and all of a sudden we are not losing this ever.
Not at all. It's like
We're
the ending, which
never
is
losing this. It was black. We're not winning it, but we're not losing it.
so maybe rook e8 has
So rook
some.
e8 is a vicious move, actually. Yeah.
Yes. It's not easy to win against Aleksandra, even if you're better. You know, she's
Yeah,
a very
she's,
tricky player, and I don't know how much time Stavroula has. Remember,
Not too
some
much.
time
She
ago
has
it was
less
just-
than 2 minutes.
yes, and she has to
for
make.
for 5 more moves.
She needs to make like serious decisions, right? Because position became a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
Some tactics appeared, and
Actually, I would consider maybe even offering this if it works, if it holds.
but
Ah,
how
but
you
I
will
know
lose?
it
You will
doesn't
lose a
hold,
pawn.
right?
Yes.
You just immediately lose a pawn. Yeah, so this is not so good.
So she
Okay,
played rook
which
f1.
pieces do we want to keep and which ones do we want to keep?
It's on the board. Yes, rook f1. So maybe
Rook f1 is on the
bishop
board,
f7.
Bishop f7.
The idea is when you play knight f3, I will play bishop f8. I mean, I'm trying just to protect my pawns. And
But
it's
now you know what I have? I might
Knight g5,
have
yes.
some sacrifice on f8 with this spin, but I'm not sure. It probably doesn't work because of back rank issues.
first I have to actually solve the issue with this bishop. It's like what
Well,
bishop
you can go
s6,
here,
yes.
yeah? But now
This is nice. Like rook f8, queen f8, and I'm threatening check
Yeah,
it also
yeah,
sometimes.
but
not
you
now.
know what? I have even
Oh, rook f6.
maybe better move. I knew you will not like it.
Yeah, somehow position is getting really.
And if you play this, I probably have some knight c5,
It's like,
bishop c5.
bishop c5 is in knight e6, and later on,
Like now.
yes, because you have
This
to
knight
take. You don't have
e6,
time
you
to.
take, I take. If you take with the bishop, I take
Rook.
the rook, and if you play here, then I have this
Bishop c.
bishop c5, and I run away.
Don't take the bishop because rook f1, yes, is coming.
Maybe no. Maybe that's actually the simplest
Yes, or take
yeah,
the
the-
bishop.
pawn endgame.
you see how far you have to calculate until this pawn endgame to make sure that it's better for you, a pawn up in the
And
pawn
then you
endgame,
have to
yes.
also check that
Yes.
it's not a draw
Yes,
by
after,
mistake.
before in c5, yes. Is it? No.
Probably not, because we will have c3.
c3, yes, yes, exactly. Just
But
interesting,
as
yes.
you can see, yeah, it's,
Wow, all pieces left the board and you have
it's
to...
never over until it's over.
Imagine how much, how many lines players have to calculate during the games, because we are showing only some
Only
of
the
them,
tip
yes.
of the iceberg.
Yes, exactly, yes. Like
By the way, you know what move we might have here?
knight f7. Oh my gosh.
It doesn't work, obviously.
But looks
it's
brilliant.
Nice, yeah?
Yes, looks brilliant. Like, I don't even see the refutation, like you have to...
So the point is that obviously you cannot take because we take, and if the queen goes,
Everything
which
is
is
hanging.
probably. So I was thinking to take with the knight, but it probably it's not enough, huh?
The king of 6, I mean, like knight g4, anything is working. It's a pity, huh? To have such a king on f6.
Yeah, but
Like you think about bishop g5 now, I've been all these moves, but
yeah,
you
so
don't have
many
enough
tactics,
pieces.
but
Yes.
not enough pieces.
Wow.
Yeah.
So like knight g4, just queen where e7.
Yeah, just go here and maybe knight c6 even, not to let you.
But then
again,
king f7,
king
and you
f7
don't have
and-
any checks. Like I would like to have one rook, but we
yeah,
gave it.
the rook would be very helpful here.
Yes.
Okay, so knight f7 is not a move that we can make. But apart from that, yeah, bishop c5, as we said.
Yeah,
is,
bishop c5 looks like killing and ruining everything right now. So it's not possible to have all these pieces, so active pieces for white, and should be something.
So Elisabeth is thinking here, right?
And-
You suggested you suggested bishop f7. Right?
Yes, I
To
suggested
have-
to go for passive defense, but it seems like it's not working. It's like I have a feeling that something should happen, because like you put the bishop on f7, f8 cannot be good, right? White is so active here, but what else? Like knight f3 is such a big threat. What,
Okay,
b4?
Anastasia, you know what? I suggest there are other games with
let's go, yes.
they're short on times, and so in Nana's game, Nana has
A lot of
only
things.
2 minutes left.
And
And
look, so many-
It looks like very.
She played
some
f5 probably, the
simplifications
idea.
happened. So okay, so knight d5 was on the f5. I'm not sure about.
yeah,
this
me too.
move.
But
It
even
looks
though I
like,
proposed this move, I was not sure as well.
it
yes.
looks like she is.
Simplified a little bit the position. So
But
white.
maybe, okay. And now, okay, so you see, rook d3 is very, very strong. She manages to get counterplay very quickly. And the point here, it's interesting. I would even consider maybe, rook b3 doesn't work here, yeah? Rook b3 we take, and if rook b7, rook g5, an important intermediate move. And
Yeah, so
black
like
is
king
winning.
f1, rook d1.
Yes, yeah,
good
we
stuff.
should see it.
But it's, and then e5 is
And e5 is hanging, and
Yes,
with
with
a check,
check.
which is important. Right?
exactly. And you don't have king h1 because of checkmate, yes.
And
in
king
that
h1 was
variation, yes.
checkmate here, yeah. So this is a very nice,
Nice.
line. So instead, Aleksandra played rook e4, bishop f6.
Threatening to take on
threatening
e5.
to take on e5, right, winning a piece.
Rook b3.
But now it seems that white is right on time to create counterplay.
Yes, so
right?
it's like
Because
big simplification.
it's yeah, so it's all of a sudden it's all going to be traded away.
Yeah, you don't go for this one because it's like
And this is
even better for
completely-
white
Yeah.
sometimes.
And if you, she played rook f4.
Rook f4
okay, makes
targets
sense.
and d4 pawn, but
But again, with the rook on d7, on b7, sorry.
yeah,
This is
pieces
not
of
winning.
just look what happened.
And, she only
with the
and
last
black
moves.
only has 40 seconds for 10 moves.
For
not-
10 moves.
Yeah.
So she has to play with 30 seconds,
She has-
basically,
yeah,
yes.
she has
Wow,
to
maybe we should
play
stay
on
here, or I
increment.
don't know, like maybe
Let's
other
see if
games.
we have other games. We can jump very quickly to Jiner against Badelka.
Yes, and
And let's see.
see
Okay,
Harika.
it seems to be all over
Very
here.
bad, yes.
2 pawns up, and yeah.
So here
Queen
it's like
C6 is
most probably
clincher
no
or
counterplay,
something.
yes.
It's absolutely okay. So we can go
And
back.
Harika, just a
Let's see
second.
it. Harika. Harika
Time is
against-
fine? What about time?
Yeah, so they made 33 moves, 5 minutes for Divya and 10 minutes for Harika, and the game
It's still, let's say, like quite simple and like equal, yes?
not to say drawish. yeah.
Yes, it's equal right now.
Okay, so we go back to Nana's game. Although it's also equal, but
But no time and...
no time at all.
What would you play here? Will you play b5 or is it possible?
No,
Because I don't want
it's
to...
white.
to
It's white.
it's white to play. Ah, so white should take on probably b7
But
and
maybe
just...
she doesn't want. Maybe she wants to play to try and use the fact that black doesn't have time. Can she?
g5.
Yeah, d5 was my intention, but you just take and start
Yes,
pushing. yes?
exactly. It's just like you don't really have time to create anything here, but just you created a pass pawn for your opponent, it
And
seems.
the problem is
Uh-huh.
that here black will have
Oh,
rook d4.
nice.
Yeah.
Rook d4 is to make sure that I keep the file for myself.
And here
Mm-hmm.
we have the intermediate check to prevent.
Nice. Oh, this
surprises
to prevent perpetual check,
Yes.
yes, and d2.
And this is how we lose with white, if
Mm-hmm.
we want to lose, but probably we don't.
So now actually Goryachkina is spending some time. She didn't play.
She did. It looks like she did play.
I'm sure she's looking for something more complicated.
play d5.
She's trying to find something
Yeah, she
complicated
wants to
in
muddy the
order
waters,
to make her opponent think. But still,
But
you have
this
to be
is
careful. We
tricky. It
just
could be tricky.
showed it. Maybe rook d. You can easily miss this rook d4 idea, which you showed at the end of the
I
line.
could easily. I don't
I
think
mean-
she will.
I could. Yes.
I think she. But she's going into that.
Wow.
This is interesting. So she took on b7.
So what d4?
d4 is
You have to play
almost
d4.
automatic. Maybe she's going to just block the pawn here. This is also a valid idea.
So it's like same amount of pawns, but
But you're saying, okay, I start attacking this pawn on d3, and I can push. I like what she does, you know, because
probably I would.
there's also a lot of psychology here, right?
Absolutely, yes. And I think it's the right moment if you want to try at least to get some chances. When you see your opponent has not much time, yes, it's the only way. You have to maybe risk a little bit, but yeah, I mean, you need to still make the exact moves, like rook e2, probably not to be in trouble yourself, but then you just keep playing. You just keep playing the position. So I think like maybe black should just move the rook on f6 and d6. I just want to protect all my pawns if possible.
Yes,
I
probably.
don't know if I should push d3.
Maybe not even push the 3.
Yes. Just to play immediately rook f6. What do you think?
But then, okay, but then. If we can bring the king to d3,
Yeah, so that's why I thought, shall I push d3 or not? Like,
it's a game.
it's a game.
It's a
Yes,
game,
it's still
and it's a game. All of a sudden, you know, from 2-result game, it's
3.
3-result game. It's probably 1-result game, but you know, you have to, and you don't have so much time.
Yeah. So it's interesting, yes, how Aleksandra will make it, and
So the live position, yeah, she's thinking here
Thinking,
whether
yes.
she wants to play rook e7.
which is kind of risky, as we could see.
Rook e7 is very risky.
Yes,
Although the computer still says it's
it's a draw. How it
somehow
went.
draw. Well, not rook d7 probably.
Yes, so maybe something
But
else.
how? Rook e1?
Back.
No.
Yeah. Like maybe you always have this option, but I mean you
No,
don't want
but
to do
then
it.
you
Yes.
don't want to do it.
But let's check rook e1. Is it the
Rook
way how
e1,
you make a
I
draw?
suspect you
Yes,
might.
this is the way. Yes, you have to.
And then king, yeah,
F1.
to lure your opponent into.
Nice. Yes, yes, yes. So
So here you're right on time to
So she has time to make a mistake. Yes,
Yeah.
like rook e7 and then come back with the rook. So that's why I felt that maybe d3 is like you have to put your pawn on d3 in order not to have too much space for opponent's pieces to block it. Like something which you said, king f1, e2, d3 is a good plan.
Yeah, so maybe d3 is the move, but okay, let's see what she decides to, what white decides to do here.
Yes. On the meantime, I don't know, like if Olga is still playing.
Let's see what happens with Olga.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a little bit like set position because it seems like pawns are running.
Yeah, I
right now.
really love the way Jiner is playing here. I mean, she's
Yes.
really playing a positional masterpiece here, right?
Yes, she didn't. It seems like for the moment she didn't give any chance to her opponent, and even though knight finally found some place on g5, like what is next, right? There is
Exactly.
no anything.
It's controlled by this pawn,
Yes.
right? And the knights are doing the same work. Okay.
So rook c1. Let's see.
As we said,
Uh-huh.
but rook, I suspect that rook f1 might come.
Then maybe rook c2. I don't know. It seems like a
You know what I would play here with white?
king
I
h2.
would play
Rook
this.
f1. Yes. I like that
Because
all
the
squares are
bishops-
protected.
Yeah, exactly. This is beautiful, right?
Oh.
And I don't care. I don't need your exchange here because I'm winning on the king side, on the queen side, right?
Yeah.
And what did she play? I see that Jiner did play a move. We'll get it soon. Oh, she played rook
f1.
Yeah,
Yes, just to
very
make sure
classy,
that
very
nothing is
classy.
happening. Yes.
And I will always have time to do this and that and the other and everything. So
And if you play something like rook c2, it's just like also like it's not really helping.
it's really a sad position for
Yeah.
black. And rook c5, rook c1, yeah? Knight c5, rook c1 even, or bishop d5. You have so many options.
Yeah. So let's see.
Knight c5 is on the board.
Knight c5, like and yeah, rook c1. Yes.
Sorry.
It seems like
It's,
finishing
seems
the game.
crashing, yeah.
yes.
Okay, so
Maybe she wants something like queen g4,
she has to try something.
but like what
Actually,
is it?
but it's not even a check.
Yes.
It's a
There
check
is
on
nothing. I
h3.
thought about some knight f3, knight h3, but you take on c7 probably, and also queen is very near. Like what exactly you are trying to create? No.
Not very fun to play with black
No.
here. But white needs to find a move here, yeah? So rook c, probably queen g4 will follow.
Because what else? So, like what, queen c7,
I
just
think
to
she
see
took
the
on
idea.
g5. Yeah, I like the
Really?
way she plays. Yeah.
She's just like,
She just gives zero chances for counterplay.
yes, and if you take,
So if you take
Bishop
now,
f7 or
bishop,
what?
I think now rook c1 even.
I also was thinking about something like
Maybe
bishop
Bishop
f7,
f7 is not bad. Yeah.
like knight d3, h6, I don't know, something like
Yeah.
It's like, I think it's time to maybe calculate one, or bishop g6 with the
attack
idea,
here,
rook, and also rook
Or
f8.
rook f8, yeah.
Oh,
It's too
no, probably
much.
bishop f7. I feel
too
that bishop
much.
f7 is going to happen.
And what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the game, and then now black. Actually, even rook f7 might be very annoying.
I agree. It's really
Yeah, so
everything is annoying
it's,
here.
It's painful to watch, really.
Painful, but I don't know if we should stay because
But
it feels
instructive,
like
yeah. So, for instance, this might be the easiest way to go, but and just promoting, right? We threaten checkmate, and if
yes.
we
So like, you
exchange-
don't have even chance to
just
move your
this.
queen towards the king, and yes. So this rook
Well,
f7 also like yes, of course.
So many ways. Just not blunder anything, but I cannot really even imagine how you can blunder something here.
Yeah. So it's like this game was a debut for both players. Like it's the first time we see them in women's Grand Prix event, and yeah, it's always hard, to play on such level like that. And first games are always shaky. So it's just the start, and everything is still possible. Like, I mean, maybe for Olga it was a little bit tricky, because even from the opening, you remember there was this moment with d4. It seemed like already she could be in the trouble at the beginning of the game.
Yes.
So, and later on also didn't work well.
But apart from that, from Jujiner's side, I would be very happy. And in the previous cycle, in the previous Grand Prix, she was playing very well, and so she might be a serious contender if she keeps playing like that. And I really love this.
This game is really just like kind of position masterpiece. I absolutely agree with you. Like, she was trying to prevent any idea of her opponents from certain moment. She played like really, really well. H4 move, remember? Like, and
beautiful.
also H5 later, just to make sure that. I mean, it's very, very depressive to play when your opponent prevents every idea you have in your mind. Like, you haven't even thought about it, and
It's kind of like Karpovian
Yes,
style,
yes,
right?
exactly,
What his
yes, yes.
opponents probably felt, you know.
no, I don't. I mean, it's really bad. And happened to me also, of course, a few times that you play with a really strong opponent, and he's like laughing, like, I know what you want. Let me show
You
you.
will not
You're
get
not
that.
doing. You're not getting anywhere. Yes, like, so yes, it's not the best feeling. But so like Olga still was trying to find some counterplay. Definitely, she tried, and she was like used some tricks, but her opponent just didn't let her do anything. So let's see what was the move.
And I like that she takes her time now. She calculated and.
So there was the move. I mean, just to
Rook c1. It looks.
Rook c1. Yes, so not
By
bishop.
the looks of it, yeah, Rook c1. And now without the knight on g5, there is no queen g4 because it's just.
I mean, it's hopeless. There is
Nothing.
no idea. Yes, you can just take the knight, and like what? B6 is the
B6
threat.
is a threat, yeah.
B7, like pawns just go up and.
Or I would even say bishop d5 first and then d6. Yes.
It's like terrible.
Terrible, yeah.
You don't want to be there.
Not.
How much time for Olga right now?
Olga, she has 5 for 3 seconds
Oh.
left. Ah, but this is already past move 40.
40.
so
Yes. So they.
we can move.
Let's move.
Let's go back to.
So what happened
Okay,
is
so-
something what we predicted.
Exactly
Like she
what we
decided.
predicted. We have 4 moves left for and 40 seconds for Nana, and Aleksandra is thinking, okay, it looks like it will be
A draw. Yes.
a draw. Let's jump, if you don't mind, to Divya against.
And then Tsolakidou
Harika?
will have, yes.
Okay, still drawish.
Like nobody missed anything. It
Nobody
seems like
missed anything. We have
A5
3
is
moves to
easy.
go, and queen e2. Yeah, okay, they will make it to the time control quite easily.
And then
And
Elisabeth
yeah.
Paehtz. Yes, it's very important. Yes,
Oh,
many things have happened.
Okay, many things have happened, and along the lines of what we thought might happen. Okay, so h3 was
H3.
played, preparing knight f3, as we said, because now knight f3 wins a pawn.
Look at this. Yes, before was probably the only option to stay alive at this moment. Yes, look at this tricky idea.
Yeah, but I think Elisabeth just misplayed here a little bit. Yes,
I just don't know what would be a better option. Like if there was
it's not
something
so
else.
easy. Yeah.
So, because like there are so many threats, and like can you play before here before the knight went to f3, jump to f3? So
Yeah,
again,
if you commit with before,
it's also hard.
Not good, yeah.
it's hard. So rook e8.
Rook e8, and she found the counterplay,
Yeah.
which is very.
So could you play
admire.
queen d2 here? I mean, but then it's like you.
Here you mean?
Yes,
yeah.
I mean, but seems
No,
like
you
strange,
don't,
yes.
because
Yes, then bishop b3.
Bishop
So there
b3,
was
yeah.
not even an option. So queen
so
a5.
you have to take, but now, but look at this.
Oh.
White is
Threading.
extremely strong here. There suddenly, even without the queens, the king is all of a sudden in a big trouble. We're threatening knight takes e6 and e5, and this is checkmate on
Yes.
the fate.
Yes,
And how can you
problems
defend?
with the king. Huge problems. Oh,
And you cannot protect.
so this is current position.
This is current. So Elizabeth played king h8, but the computer, you see the bar.
Yes, it's completely winning
What
for
happens
white.
if we just take?
question. Bishop d6, right?
Bishop
and
d6,
e5. Yes.
e5.
So where to go?
Bishop goes this and
Yeah.
knight e7. Game
Oh.
over. Oh my god.
By the way, it's cool that there is this pawn on e5 because then it would be rook. No, not bishop is on h6. I was thinking I had some kind of ideas with checkmate for white, but it's not, it wasn't working. No, I thought about it, but no.
Wow. In a matter of a few moves, just
How many moves they made?
and understand Elisabeth. I mean, she thought that okay, I'm exchanging. She might have thought that she may be even getting some winning chances here, right?
Of course, because you just took the pawn on c2.
And
You're
you have
opting.
a bishop pair, but then you know, king safety is all about.
Yes. So I think she just take on. She took on
took on
6.
c6, I think,
yes.
yeah. And we might see a resignation very soon. And
Yeah,
we have
and we have
and we have a draw in Nana's game against Aleksandra.
very logical result. Let's say by
see
the end.
final. Oh, they ended the game exactly at the same. Okay, with the repetition like this.
Three-fold repetition.
Overall, well played game by both players.
But
yes.
let's say it seemed like Nana will torture Aleksandra for longer. I think
Yeah,
it's
and
just
now she will torture herself for
Yes.
not torturing Aleksandra, right?
exactly yes. So I had a feeling that this game will be finished last, but now we can see that it ended up pretty soon.
Okay, so we can go probably to this game because it's about to end soon.
Yes,
right?
let's stay with Elisabeth, right?
No,
no,
oh,
with
sorry. With the, yeah, it's actually hard to say which game will end sooner, right? Oh, bishop h4 is much better than what we thought,
Yeah,
right?
because,
Because
now like if rook
check,
f8,
there is a bishop, so there
protects
is
c7,
no knight e7, but
g3.
what happens on g3? Yes.
So like g3 and what
And
bishop
you have
has no squares.
No squares.
Oh,
Elisabeth is not happy, I think.
yes. No, it's clear that this g3 move. Wow. Unfortunate for black, but it seemed like white was pressing the whole game, and actually, I mean, really well played by
Absolutely.
Stavroula. Yes,
Absolutely
really
great
she-
game by Stavroula.
she got like an advantage, like very small advantage out of the opening, but clear one, and she actually didn't let her opponent any chance. It seemed like that, just growing, like maneuvering in the right places. Like I really liked it, and moving queen back at the right moment.
Yeah,
So
yeah, very impressive.
seemed like
Extremely
really good
impressive.
game.
She's
Yes.
taking her time now because, you know, in these positions, especially if you have what? You have 6 minutes and you pass the
They
time
passed
control.
the time control, but yeah. I mean,
You don't want to make the infamous 41st move, right?
mistake. Yes, no, you don't do this. And they're very experienced, but yeah, we know so many stories, right? Have you ever made
with-
mistakes on move 41,
Yeah,
Alik?
absolutely.
Yes,
Yes,
me too.
I have had my share of those mistakes, and even you know that you don't do this, and then you end up still making. But that's the move, and you make it. So.
Yeah, so the advice would be after any time control, take your time,
Get up,
relax.
wash your face.
Yeah, but first
drink
you
some
have,
water.
if it's your turn to play, better ask arbiter that
If
you
you
need
are
some
allowed
time.
to,
If
yes.
you're, because if it's your move, you cannot just stand up and leave the playing venue, you're bored. You have to tell to the arbiter that you go to the restroom. So these are the rules. But let's say take your time, just calm down, and everybody has his own tricks how to like recharge and how to make sure that you don't do this very clear mistake that after time trouble you keep playing with the same speed.
Yeah,
So,
at least not play with the same speed,
Yes.
even if you cannot get up from the board, right?
yes,
So-
like calm down, just do something, like think about anything else, but then come back to the game and start thinking over it. Yeah, so it's not that she doesn't know the move, she knows it, but she's checking
It's-
to make
I love
sure
it.
that everything
I really
is,
love it.
is fine.
And I think also, let's go to Jiner's game, right? Because they are past the time control as well. And as we predicted, yeah, rook c1, bishop d5, b6 is inevitable, and I don't think
it will last for too long. Yes, this game
I
should
don't
finish
think
soon. Yes.
it will even last for one more move, actually, because how do you,
I
what do you
don't
do
know.
here?
No moves. Yes,
B6
basically.
is
Yes.
inevitable, and then
I mean, sometimes you don't resign only because you just try to like put yourself together and like try to think like what are you going maybe to say during the interview, because it's another problem. Yes, after this game you have to
how to
sometimes even if you lose you're obliged to give the interview, so like
so
you
to regain the composure,
exactly,
right?
yes. So you need some time and kind of accept the fact that you're losing already, even though you can understand that it's like that's a story. But again, make sure that there were no other options, that you really used everything. You know, in the previous Grand Prix event, in the game between Hampi and Sarah Sadat, she resigned in
the
drawish
drone
position.
yeah.
So it's
And it wasn't obvious from the first side that
No.
it's drawish position, right?
no, not at all. Like, and even though Hampi said that she kind of understood that
Yeah,
it was,
she saw it.
Yes, she understood the setup once she played the move, but still, like, here the
I
position is
predict-
really
I
hopeless.
predict queen c6, even if it's not the best by the but then maybe queen g4. Actually, there was some interesting, I think, similar idea was in Magnus escaped some against Nepo like this. So he was completely
Yes,
lost,
yes.
and,
On this
and
side,
then all of a
but-
sudden some queen h4, and there's a perpetual or something like that.
In New
So
York, you mean, I think, yes?
I don't remember where it
okay.
was. Okay, so
She just
this
took on
is much
f7,
better.
yes.
This is much better.
Yeah, okay, this is game over for sure, but yeah, we discussed about it a little bit before. What else we have? Is
So
it
we
like
have this game we kind of neglected because
because not much was happening
not
there,
much was
but even
happening,
though
much
it's like
not much is still happening. But it has to be said, look, that Divya is trying, is pushing. Okay, first of all, she
found this weakness, right?
found
And
the
she's
weakness
trying
she's
to
pounding a little bit on it,
put it-
as much as she can put the pressure, because there is really not much. Now, I think White would like to exchange the light squared bishops. But I think nobody will let her. It's kind of queen goes to e2.
yeah, provoked this f3 move just in case, so h5 is not hanging anymore.
Yes,
And,
and queen e8. Yeah, exchanging the queens, I think I like it for black.
yeah, so White gained a little bit of space here, but how to really, can you really
I don't see
use
how
it?
you
Yes.
really use it so much.
If I take the queen and play bishop f5, is it possible?
Yeah.
I'm trying
okay,
at least
this is-
one
this
idea.
This is a very good question.
Perhaps
Maybe I'm in
b6.
time.
You try to bishop g6 or what?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to exchange those bishops. So let's.
We have
let's
two options
consider-
here,
let's
actually,
consider
yes.
this, yeah.
Yes.
So first of all, of course, we have to calculate
Yes,
what
this
happens here.
move.
But this, I think, we are risking more with white than with black, right?
Yes, I mean, yeah, you take 2 pawns, but no,
With
you don't
two
do
bishops,
this.
you don't want to get into those. We run everywhere.
Yes, and
and we have. Let's go to Jiner against Olga Badelka,
What a
because
spectacular
black,
end of this
black
game.
resigned. Yeah, so.
And she took on
Sad
g7.
for black,
yes.
but a fantastic game
Yes.
for white. Really, kudos to Jiner.
Mate
Fantastic
in 1,
start.
yes. She didn't allow her to finish with mate, you know, queen
Yeah.
h6, nice. Would be nice task. Yeah, so this game is over. And first
and we have our
decisive game.
leader.
Yes, first decisive game. Exactly, you're right. Early leader in the tournament. A Chinese player becomes the leader.
But I think she will be very soon caught up with. Oh, so you see, Stavroula played G3
right away.
immediately. It
Is it
doesn't
any
really
difference?
change a lot, no. But
No.
she probably wants to keep the first rank to. I don't know.
Just in case, yes.
Just in case, yes.
Exactly, yes.
And this is also game over.
Yes, Stavroula just won her game. Yes, so we have two leaders
Two
already.
leaders.
Yes.
So,
They appeared
so Jujiner's
simultaneously.
lead was very short-lived, yes.
Maybe like 30 seconds she could enjoy it on her own. But now, yes, we have two early leaders. Stavroula, Tsolakidou won
Both
her first
played
game.
very, very good positional games. Very
Super class, yes, very nice. Play
And
from
we
both.
have, we neglected this game so far, and now we will pay our dues to this game.
Absolutely, yes, and things are happening right now. So we checked what happens with Queen E8 and Bishop E5,
Yeah, so
forward
we
game.
didn't finish check-in, right? So we need to answer, and when you were dealing with such endgames, we need to answer ourselves which pieces we can leave, which pieces, right? Because you need to know those endgames.
Especially in the endings.
Exactly.
Like
because
can be
once you
vital.
establish that it's holdable, then you can offer those exchanges, and you don't have to worry about it.
I think it's like really equal. I don't see the way how you can progress. So maybe move all the way the king, push before. This would be
Even
a plan.
if you push before, yeah. So
No, and then knight a5. But then black king will also come, yes?
Ah, nice. Yeah.
So you have some, look, what is
so
happening right now?
This is how we...
Yes, we try to find a plan in this position, let's say, like, of course, like, not move by move, but if I manage to bring the king all the way and push before, something like that. But black, now we are checking the worst play from black, like he's not doing anything. And then we will check what if black will bring the king all the way as well. Or play h4, so maybe...
But first of all, yeah, as you said, let's establish what
What's
might
the
be
idea
White's plan,
or a
right?
plan,
This
yes.
is how a grandmaster thinks. And this is winning, as you said,
yes,
right?
but
once you get to
here, a5, you threaten
win,
b7. If you take, then yes, the king goes
this
there.
is game over.
But again, black is not obliged to wait for me and
Too
do
much
nothing.
of cooperative play on black side.
Yes, it was.
And
so, what is plan for black? Yes, I like the idea with h4 a lot. Yes, so like, I just don't know if you have to do it right away or wait for me.
You can wait.
You can wait, yes.
Right, and somewhere around here you can start asking questions.
Yes, because like knight e2 I have to play then, but then my knight is stuck there.
Exactly,
Yes.
and you might find yourself
in some troubles, yes.
in less than ideal situations, yes.
Yes.
So how do we do that? So I'm afraid to play a king f5 because there would be a g4 and h3.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, if this is blocked, right, and the king can never penetrate here, then I can run and I'm not even afraid. By the way, I'm not sure I have to even take on b4, right?
Yeah, there are many, you're right, absolutely, yes, but okay, maybe b5. But what I want to say, let's recharge our batteries quickly. We go for the short break, probably the last one, and we come back and we keep analyzing this ending forever. That's a plan.
After we told how we should behave on the 41st move, right?
Yes, exactly, so let's have a break.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are here to follow the last game of the round one, if I'm not mistaken. So, Alik, we were discussing with you this end game, and this is what happened. Queen is on e8, but black is thinking.
Black is thinking,
Yes.
and the only explanation we have.
Yeah,
Is
Alik, you're
that-
so smart. Yes, I didn't cross my mind. Yes.
Yeah, well, unless Harika sees another move except for bishop takes e8, I think the reason for her thought is that Divya just offered a draw. That's what I would think. And this is interesting, actually, that she takes her time. Although, when you are offered the draw, you have nothing to lose. You can think for as long as you want, right?
You got additional 30 seconds on your clock, and yeah, you have time to think about this ending and kind of make a decision if you would like to proceed and you would like to keep playing it or not. We checked a little bit some lines, let's say, and we didn't get to clear conclusions, but certainly described plans from both sides. I think white actually just can stay and do nothing.
Yeah, this is actually
And
interesting because black...
You scared me with this h4 and stuff, so
yeah, but
it's okay.
It's only scary if we want to
Yeah.
to kind of commit suicide, right?
Yes.
If we don't commit anything stupid, then just draw. I mean, black cannot really play for a win.
Yeah.
So this is interesting that Harika is taking her time, and this is actually move 40. I didn't see that, but this is move 40. Actually 41.
Yeah. So at move 40, you still cannot offer a draw, but at move 41, yes, you can.
You already can,
you're
and
you're
that's
allowed.
exactly,
That's
exactly
important.
what happened. So.
And now, yes, she's thinking, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's very smart idea that she was offered the draw because, yeah, there is only move bishop b8. And knowing Harika, she's like very, very big fighter. She always keeps playing normally when she sees some life in the position. So if she will kind of understand that it's still possible to, b5, or b5, yes? Mm-hmm.
One of them, I think b5, because b5 you really force white to kind of solve something. Mm-hmm. But those, I mean, if you decide, and I love this draw offer by Divya because she's, it's a little bit of a psychological game.
Of course, yes.
Because you're saying, okay, if you want to win, you will have to do something. You have to do something. And in this position, if you try to win with black,
maybe
you
you
might
will
get
overpush
the opposite
result.
The opposite result. And if you don't do that, then why don't you all agree to a draw immediately, right? So
always this issue. I like actually the fact that it's still possible in this event to offer a draw. Like there are events where it's just not even possible to offer it. You have to play until naked kings, as we say. But here, exactly, draw offer has this psychology behind it, yes. And always you can try to use it also to show your intentions right now. So it's obvious that Divya was playing this game with a little bit of pressure, trying to press a little bit black, but not that much, having this option.
And
Harika? Harika is not, I
She
don't
is
know, we
playing.
still cannot be 100% sure, but it seems like the case. Harika decided to continue playing. Maybe, again, maybe she doesn't think that her position is better, but she says it's still possible to play it. There are still legal moves. It's not over yet. It's still possible to make a mistake, so let's keep playing.
And if my opponent offered me a draw, then maybe she's uncomfortable playing it, right?
Yeah, maybe. Again, correct.
So
Yes.
there is the flip side of
Maybe
this
she
draw
thinks
offer, right?
that, look, I know that there are some commentators here, and let them work a little bit more, yes? I don't want to
That's
let them
the real
go.
reason, right?
Yes, people are enjoying. We have great time here watching the games, and so why not to keep playing? Of course, we know how many chess fans these ladies have, and definitely all of them are watching. And of course, this encounter is important for Indian fans because, again, it's, as you said at the beginning, it's a clash of generations as well. Let's see what are the options here for
Yeah,
for
so
both of them.
If I decided that I want to make a draw with white, I think I play bishop f5 here.
Yes.
This is very...
But I really like this b5 because, as you said, you have to make a decision. So actually, I have two possibilities here: either take with a pawn or c pawn. Like
Let's
still, it's
consider
possible
first
to
of-
make a mistake, right? So if I take with a
Or
pawn,
maybe not take with any pawn, right?
or maybe not, but I don't know
might also-
how I will do it. But imagine if I take with a pawn.
Yeah, okay.
What will
So
happen?
if a pawn is actually...
I'm not sure at
I'm
all
feeling
about it.
that this would... So strategically, I wouldn't love to give black this
Opportunity, yes, I
opportunity,
agree,
right?
yeah.
Because all of a sudden, those two bishops can become very, very dangerous with the passed pawn. So I would not, even though the bar doesn't move, that as a human doesn't mean anything, because strategically you don't feel well with this, unless there is some tactical solution to this, which I don't see.
Yeah, me too. I think it's just like you give some extra options for black, and he can try, you know, to push the pawns, like maybe unnecessary. So
I would
cb6,
not,
yes.
yeah, so I would not even consider that. CB6 looks much more natural to me, and after knight b6, I would consider, first of all, knight c5 even I think is a move. Because again, if we're thinking which pieces to keep and which pieces to exchange, if those are exchanged, I'm very happy because my bishop is much better, and this is,
A
this
big
is going
threat.
to
It's,
win, right?
it's actually winning
This
for
is
white,
actually
yes.
winning. So knight c5, I'm not worried about this exchange. And I'm claiming that, you know, I will bring my king here.
And maybe even to c3, and maybe even push before
And
again.
yeah,
Again,
and,
maybe.
And again,
yes.
you created a pass
pass
pawn
pawn.
for myself, not for yourself. So again, this is, obviously I'm much happier to play this with white than to take on b5, regardless of even, you know, even if the computer says it's pretty much
It's
the
the same, but yeah, we know it cannot be. Sometimes it's not the same
For
for
human, it's not the same at
Yes.
all, yeah. And so, yeah, I would, this, or maybe even king f2 first, or knight c5. I like knight c5, yeah? And let's say, okay, so let's say you go here.
Oh, we can even look at this position and see that pieces of white are more active here. And so yes, you brought the king all the way.
Yeah, but again, if I want to make a draw, I can play like that, right?
Yes, exactly.
How do you win here?
It's maybe only about psychology. If Divya feels still comfortable about the fact that maybe Harika refused this draw offer, then she just keeps playing and she knows she's confident that position is fine. And but I mean, I'm sure about that. But sometimes, of course, it happens that you kind of you are not pleased, you are not happy with the fact that you still need to play, even drawish position. So yeah, we will see. Now it's actually
Yeah, so Harika doesn't hurry, right?
no,
She
she's not in a hurry.
she brings her king to the center, and now maybe she's trying to hint that if you move your king,
I have
would
this h4.
maybe
Yes.
have h4.
By the way, you know that in Greek, Harika means like nice to meet you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
So it was the only a few words which I know in Greek, which was easy to remember because we have Harika and Dronavalli I know for a long time. Yes, so just funny.
Okay,
You
yeah.
just said about like
Yeah.
we are playing with force a little bit
Pun
here.
intended,
Yes.
yeah?
Can I play a4?
I think you can, yeah.
Even.
You can even
Yes.
play f4. And another thing is, I'm not sure to whose benefit is even those things. Like if
Exchanges, yes.
right? Because I think my pawn here is much more accessible. The h4 is much more accessible to white than h3 to black.
Yeah, because some plans like with f4, king f3.
Exactly,
Can
f4
become
king f3
possible.
can become possible. Now those exchanges, I think it might
Wow.
get even very quickly might
go south for black because there are too many weaknesses, and you cannot attack too many pawns of white.
So h4 can be also quite responsible move, yes, from black side, yes, and you have to be like aware of it. And actually, even h4 move, like how big threat it is, because always if you move your bishop, you can take on a5, right?
Yeah,
Again,
this is
like bishop is stuck,
this is true.
protecting the a5 pawn, and
But on the other hand, if you want to, I'm not sure. Black is not in a must-win situation.
No.
We
No, it
shouldn't-
doesn't mean-
So she doesn't want to burn bridges, right?
No.
She wants to see if Divya is confident and she plays well.
so she can offer a draw anytime.
Yeah.
Right now, yes. So, but it's now Harika's option. Yes, Divya cannot offer 2 times, second time or third
Right.
time. Yes, it's like you should
Is it
know
in the
about
rules
this.
or is it just still ethical thing?
Good
Because
question.
I've had in my career, I've had people who offer
5
many
times,
more
10
times
times.
than
Yes.
once in a row. And,
Yes.
and it used to be, kind of frowned upon, but
It's a good point because for a long time, with these rules that draw cannot be offered, let's say during the game,
you don't get
you
too
don't
many
even-
chances to offer
Yes.
draw, right?
to keep silence until the end of the round. Yes, and you don't have this option. Yeah.
Okay, so white is thinking here. Actually, it's interesting that white can force
This move.
this move.
It's a good point. Yes, it's a good point that like.
Would you?
Yes, after you showed me some lines, I kind of feel more confident that yes, it's good for
Let's
me.
go,
Yes,
yeah,
to force this move because after b5, I know now that I have to take with c pawn and knight c5 is also good for me. So yeah, I would definitely try it. I don't know if like
But maybe not with the knight, with the bishop on c7.
I got
c8,
it, the
yeah?
idea. You maybe want to exchange with bishop d7 or what? But I have bishop a6. I can always bring my bishop back.
Let's see. So we go, what do we do?
I mean, any
Do we
move.
play something like this? The bar starts moving in the wrong direction.
For white, yes. So what, knight c5 was necessary? Or what?
Knight c5 I'm not sure about here because there is king d6 here.
And you don't have knight b7 because
And
of king
it's
c7.
all of a sudden, look at the bar.
I see. So you still can
But
play
what happens? Why is that so bad?
here and maybe
C5?
bishop. I thought about bishop g6 maybe. Bishop c2. Oh no. No,
I think
c5,
c5
yes.
and you're losing this one.
You're right. Everything is...
And you just collapsed. Interesting.
So it's
All of a
possible...
sudden, so it's not so simple.
So we were looking for options how
And
to
king
misplay, and we
E3,
are finding
we
them.
find it. We will
easily.
always. These guys, you can always count on me. I will always
Same
find
for me.
ways. Yeah, we
Yes,
will.
yes.
Okay, we will find
We'll
ways
help
to
you.
misplay.
We'll help you how to do it. Yes, but it's a good point. Yes, that c5 sometimes can be an unpleasant threat.
Yeah, and here already this is a threat, right? So
Actually, what is happening? Like, black is trying to open up the position, make his bishop like better pieces, and yeah, if you exchange one of it, then you can have some troubles with this a4, and it's gonna be like white is playing. The b2 is actually a problem. It's like you play with pawn down after c5. Like
Yeah,
black got d
yeah.
pawn and b pawn is not moving anywhere.
yeah,
So
and I don't think we still should enter panic mode with white. And if okay, let's think. Once we exchange, we play c5, we exchange the pieces, right? The knight for the bishop. We'll be left with light squared bishop. So
Can
we
we
would
also-
then want to fixate this pawn maybe on.
I was thinking, shall I move the king to the light square in order to be able to take on a5? This
is
is what
interesting.
just I thought
So
crossed my mind.
something like that.
Yes, to make sure that once you played c5, I don't know, maybe it's still bad because you have bishop g1, but just to check this option, like if you have c5, like am I obliged now to take the bishop? Like
So if you take here,
take here, yes, and you play maybe like
I go here.
here. Yes, I thought about it, bishop g1, but is it like so bad? If I play like
It might be.
h3, I cannot play h4. Obviously, you will take this pawn. So you see, immediately black is like.
Yeah, and we take here,
Yes,
and
take here.
again, this is only black playing for a win.
And again, position became open, bishops became really strong, and that's the biggest issue. Like once it happens, so it seems like we are obliged to take on c5. Then
we are obliged, or we maybe don't force matters. Right?
after b5.
So maybe let's prepare ourselves. Maybe play this. And now, so what? Now we are beginning to understand that we really want to block black from playing c5 and to have this
Knight
check,
b7
right?
option,
So we
yes.
want this to be able to.
Yes. So what you're trying to say, bishop c8 was kind of a mistake, which would help black to activate pieces quickly, and we lose the option with knight b7.
Right. But this is interesting. So let's say, okay, so here can black improve? Now that, so maybe black can really push h4 now and bring the bishop back here.
But you told me that I can still even take on h4. Of course, it was in a different position. How
Yeah,
bad
well,
it is.
you shouldn't
H3.
really trust me what I say.
Seems like still it's possible. h3.
h3, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so this looks, this is
drawish,
a
yes.
repetition. How can we bring, and actually we want, with white now we want to do that.
I
right?
also want to play king f4, king g4, or maybe I'm too optimistic.
Ah, you want
Maybe,
to
because
do that as
I
well,
remember
right?
about this weakness on h4 now. But yeah, I got the idea also with.
Yeah, so maybe like that. And if bishop h5,
You also prevent me from moving this way. It's like bishop g4 or what? No, I don't want to exchange those guys.
bishop g4, the pawn endgame might be, what is it? It's a draw. But this, no, this is tricky, right? If we so
If we allow, yes, this bishop g6, bishop
so
c2.
this is very important to keep the bishop on the 5. And
If I just
this
stay,
goes
yes.
nowhere, right?
Yes, king f4, yes, I stay
So
there.
check, you
Yes.
go back, right? Can black improve? I don't see how black improves there.
Yeah, it's like, it seems like probably we found good, perfect position, perfect setup. Like, don't get crazy, don't be too optimistic. Keep your pieces on.
You know, like Charlie Munger, one of the greatest investors of all time, used to say that the recipe for happy life is low expectations, right? So here, and this is actually very true, right? So
Yes, like don't be too crazy. It's like don't provoke your opponent. Like
right,
put your pieces to the right places and just wait. Yes.
exactly. And okay, and Divya played h3. Actually, interesting. I like this move. She wants to solve this idea once and for all. The problem, the drawback of it. So if she wants, and she obviously wants to play g4, right? Sorry, misclicked. She obviously
To get
wants
rid
to
of
play
this,
g4,
yes,
but then
weakness.
if black plays h4, all those light squared bishop endings might become very tricky because of this pawn on h3, which will be a constant headache for white.
I see. So low expectations. It's funny. Like, do you have in your life low expectations? So is it helping?
Well, I'm trying to work on it sometimes. You know,
I mean, to have
because-
low or to have higher?
No, it's actually not to have too high expectations. It's very important. You know. And he actually in this context he also he was asked once about his personal life, how he managed to live with his wife for so long and happy, and he said, well, one of the reasons was that she had very low expectations, you know. So
Yes. This is really funny. It's like I have to think about it like maybe more. It's my home task for today, like which
Absolutely.
expectations. But when you play chess, when you try to achieve some goals, right, you should actually push your luck and try to have
Yeah, but if you
high
don't get it,
expectations.
then
Yes.
you're unhappy, right? So
Yes,
and
like I want to become the world champion, and if I don't, right? So if you don't have these expectations, maybe you're a happier person. But on the other hand, like, what about motivation? Like, always
well, the question was not about that,
Yes.
so I'm not sure.
yes, yes. I'm just trying always
a-
to bring it to chess and.
It's a double-edged.
Always, yes. Yeah, I mean, there are many players who, I think even, if I remember correctly, Kramnik said that he didn't have like a goal to become the world champion. Like, it's not again that he didn't have these expectations, but you don't really think too much about it. You just enjoy the process, right?
Right,
And something
exactly,
like that.
and that's all. Most of the of the spiritual teachings they're saying, right? Don't have a goal, enjoy the ride, your path to it. So
Yes, yes, yes. So here it's hard to enjoy in this position, but but at the same time, if you know what you are doing, probably you will just b6.
see.
Yes. So
Okay.
Harika, at least what is great, she is trying to have a game, right? So she's not standing, waiting. Black again also could just probably stand and wait.
Absolutely.
But she's kind of asking some questions like, what you are going to do now?
And actually, I like the psychological thing of b6 because
Not b5, you mean?
yeah, because if you don't take on b6, so you kind of give the illusion that white doesn't have to do anything.
And then?
But if white doesn't do, then b5, and it's too late for en passant, right?
Yes,
Unless
exactly.
they're playing the Chess24 software, if you remember.
which couldn't make a passant
Yeah.
move, yes. But here, so to make sure that everything works perfectly, b6, yes, is coming.
So
yes.
b6 is interesting, and I think if you take, so you have to take, right? We
Yes,
established
as
that
we
b5
discussed
is problematic.
So yeah,
And now again, so we probably have to play knight c5.
Right away,
which is
yes.
important, because if we play g4, we might run into king d6, and it will be too late to do that.
yeah, you have to understand that what black wants here clearly. Like, it's a very good point that this king d6 and c5, which is not so obvious. For example, from far, I didn't think it was like such a big trouble. But
Yeah.
yes, you are in trouble after c5. Like a4, b2, like, I mean, will be there. And yeah, you have to kind of block the square and not allow black to push c5 himself. Yeah, still some problems to solve and to make sure that it's not given that easily, yes, this draw. Like, white still has
Yeah.
to understand. So yes, she takes on b6.
She takes on b6, very good, and I do expect her to play knight c5.
Yeah, I think, yes, it's gonna be the move, but
Harika
still,
is thinking here, which is
really? So maybe
again interesting.
maybe this is just a style.
No, she took. Okay, sorry, she took.
Yes.
Okay, so now it's a very key moment.
Yeah, knight c5 is important. Like, let's.
But it kind of plays itself, I think, knight c5, and I think by the gesture she did play knight c5.
Just let's see what Divya played.
Yeah, okay, Divya played knight
Knight
c5.
c5. No, great.
And this is now, and now it's time for black to perhaps worry a little bit, because, well, not really worry, because she can always
Still
play
play
king
king
d6.
d6.
But she has 3 moves to do that, right? Because once the king gets to c3 and b4 is played, I will get it eventually. So once we manage to do that,
Then we have a pass pawn.
then we have a passed pawn. Yeah.
Exactly.
And
Pass
a
pawn
passed
can be
is a
then-
passed pawn.
Exactly. So probably black shouldn't allow it, and perhaps maybe we'll see the repetition. Like, very
And
possible
I think
maybe
king
that
d6 is on the
in
board.
d6 and knight b7. I think she played eventually. Like, and
Knight b7, and we might really see a repetition here, because king c7 is played, knight c5. Yeah,
knight
so
goes back to c5.
this is,
yes.
and they are repeating. I think we are.
Yes, I think
about to see a
it's the end
repetition.
of the round 1. It seems like, yes. So
And they're not, I think she could have already demanded.
Just to be sure, you can repeat 5
Yeah.
times. I was trying to check it. I think after 5 or 7 times, the arbiter,
The arbiter
can
can
stop and interrupt and kind of say, okay, guys.
And after 10, the commentators can do that, right?
It's a new rule. We just created it, yes.
I think it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Draw agreed. A very good, solid game, right?
Absolutely,
I think
for both-
we
from
will
both
see
sides.
close to 98% accuracy for both players.
Exactly. Nobody made any mistake. It was like well played by both players. The logical result is a draw. And yeah, I mean, definitely we'll see many games between these players in the future. And it's really nice to see this clash of generations. And here we are. We have finished the round 1. And checking the last seconds, players put the pieces back, I think. Or they're checking.
Yeah.
No, oh, it's okay. We can see the arbiters.
I like today's round.
Yeah,
Yes,
even though like a couple of games seem to be like kind of peaceful, quiet from the beginning, still the game between Indian players turned out to be at the end like with some small tricks here there, and you had to avoid some problems, right, in order to make it
Yeah.
sure that it's a draw.
And it was very instructive, right? Those ideas, because we could, you know, you can, as we said, as we demonstrated, you can go wrong even in this endgame.
Easily. Yeah. So if we have the table ready, it would be nice to check it. But I remember that we have 2 leaders right now, right? So
Yes.
it's Stavroula Tsolakidou, who won her game against Elisabeth Paehtz, and also Jiner. She managed to win against Badelka Olga, and both of them took the early lead in the tournament with 1 point right away. So first we have the results of the round 1, the
Yeah,
pairings.
so Goryachkina, Dzagnidze is a draw. Muzychuk against Muzychuk Mariya is a draw, although it was longer than we predicted, but
Yes.
we thought. Divya, Deshmukh against Dronavalli, Harika, also as the game that we just saw ended in a draw.
And 2
And our
decisive
2
results,
leaders,
yes.
which we already discussed.
Yes, and 2 decisive results. Like
What a way to start the Grand Prix for Jiner, right?
absolutely, yes. And I mean, not so great for Olga Badelka, even though I think her chances are quite high, because when you jump in the last wagon of this train, normally we believe that this player should be very lucky, right?
Right,
So
yeah.
even though she lost this first round, I believe still that, of course, it's not over, and still 8 rounds to go. Everything can happen, and really enjoyed today's games, and the start of the tournament, I think, is really good. I hope we'll have many decisive games over all these rounds. Like, what is your prediction, Alik? What is happening?
Oh, I think we'll have many. From what we've seen today, we will have many decisive games. And although the quality of the games is very high, but the fighting spirit is even higher here.
Absolutely.
And we could see it even, you know, 2 times. The draw was rejected, right?
Yes,
And,
exactly. And I can tell you something, that also the temperature is getting higher in Cyprus. It's going to be even 34, 35 degrees tomorrow. So, I mean, you have to come here and enjoy with us this great weather and the tournament. So it's time to take to buy your tickets and come all the way to Nicosia to watch the games live here with us. So it was very nice round 1. I think maybe it's time to say goodbye, and we can see you tomorrow at the same time, at the same place. So stay tuned.
Ah.